Hey there. Tonight, we begin with the slow pour of a drink, not in celebration, but in consequence. In the grand halls of the Tsars and the dim taverns of peasants, alcohol wasn't just a pastime, it was policy. It kept the empire warm, loyal, and dependent, until that same dependence began to fracture it from within. If this kind of story helps you unwind, feel free to subscribe, but only if it truly brings you peace. And let me know where you're listening from and what time it is right now. It's always strangely comforting to see who else is out there drifting through history at the same quiet hour. So dim the lights, let the hum of the world fade, and let's begin at the moment when an empire's thirst began to define its destiny. It's difficult to imagine Russia without vodka. The two are so intertwined that one almost feels the other would cease to exist without it. The word itself, vodka, comes from voda, meaning little water, which sounds innocent enough, though one suspects that the little was added by someone already too deep into the bottle. Yet long before the world associated Russia with the fiery drink, it began as something far more humble, a practical solution to the bitter cold and the abundance of grain that no one quite knew what to do with. In the earliest centuries of the Russian lands, alcohol wasn't particularly strong. The Slavs brewed medovodka from honey and kvass from rye, drinks barely potent enough to make a monk blush. These early brews were part of life, consumed with meals, offered to guests, and poured at religious festivals. But when distillation technology arrived from the West around the 15th century, things changed. What had once been a mild village beverage became something stronger, clearer, and infinitely more profitable. The monasteries were the first to master the new process. Monks, after all, had both the education and the time to tinker. They produced spirits not just for themselves, though one suspects they didn't mind sampling their work, but for medicine, hospitality, and trade. The princes and tsars soon took notice. By the mid-16th century, under Ivan the Terrible, the first state taverns, kabaks, appeared. These weren't merely drinking holes, they were instruments of power. Every shot sold put coins into the Tsar's coffers. The state discovered what many rulers have before and since. Alcohol could pacify the people and fund the government, often at the same time. Ivan's rule may have been infamous for cruelty and paranoia, but his control of vodka distribution was ingenious. If you wanted a drink, you bought it from the Tsar. And if you didn't want a drink, well, that was a rare sort of person indeed. Over the following centuries, the vodka trade became a cornerstone of the empire's finances. By the 18th century, nearly a third of Russia's revenue came from alcohol taxes. Think about that. The empire ran on vodka. Roads, armies, palaces, all funded by the peasantry's thirst. It's rather poetic, in a bleak sort of way. The government didn't merely tolerate drinking, it encouraged it, institutionalized it. The state even ran experiments to see how much the average peasant could drink before productivity collapsed. And the answer, tragically, was quite a lot. But there was more to it than simple indulgence. Vodka became woven into the fabric of Russian identity. It was there at weddings, births, and funerals. It sealed business deals and reconciled enemies. The toast, na zdorovye, became a ritual, equal parts blessing and obligation. To refuse a drink was to risk offence, even suspicion. Travellers to Russia often remarked that a man's character could be judged by his capacity to hold his liquor. If that's true, then 19th century Russia was full of men of great character. Even religion had to make its peace with the pottle. The Orthodox Church officially disapproved of drunkenness, of course, but in practice, priests drank like the rest. Many monasteries distilled their own vodka, the profits funding icons, candles, and occasionally repairs to roofs damaged by rather enthusiastic feasts. When reformers tried to preach temperance, they found themselves speaking to half-empty pews, the rest of the congregation having gone to the kabak. The kabak itself deserves a moment's attention. These government taverns were more than places to drink. They were social hubs, smoky, noisy rooms filled with peasants laughing, arguing, and occasionally fighting over spilled vodka or unpaid debts. The walls were stained with centuries of stories. Here, gossip spread faster than the drink, and songs rose over the clatter of mugs. The tavern keeper served not just drinks, but information, listening to talk of taxes, harvests, and politics. The Tsar's agents sometimes lurked in corners, taking note of any seditious whispers. After all, a drunk man tells the truth, a dangerous trait in autocratic Russia. Economically, the kabak system was a marvel of efficiency and cruelty. The state often leased them out to private tax farmers, who would squeeze as much profit as possible from the peasants. Credit was common. Men drank first, paid later, usually with next season's labour or grain. Debt led to ruin, ruin to despair, and despair, conveniently, back to drinking. It was a perfect circle of dependence, as predictable as the seasons. Travellers from Europe found it both fascinating and tragic. They wrote of entire villages stumbling through perpetual hangovers, of harvests delayed because no one could work sober. One French diplomat in the 18th century noted that the Russian peasant drinks not to forget his troubles, but because sobriety reminds him of them. There was truth in that. Vodka dulled the edge of hardship, and in a land of serfdom, famine, and frost, there were plenty of edges to dull. By the time of Catherine the Great, vodka had become an institution. She standardized production, ensuring purity, not out of mercy, but to guarantee consistent taxation. The crown controlled the stills, the licenses, even the recipes. Private distilling without permission was illegal, though that didn't stop anyone. In forests and barns across the empire, peasants set up hidden stills, distilling their own little water under the stars. Many were caught and flogged. Some bribed the officials and carried on. The state could ban stills, but it couldn't ban thirst. Vodka even found its way into politics. When uprisings broke out, as they occasionally did, officials sometimes distributed free vodka to calm the crowd. Nothing soothed rebellion quite like a few rounds on the house. The pattern became almost comically predictable. Protest, vodka, singing, collapse. The empire owed many a quiet night to its national drink. Yet behind the humour lies a deep tragedy. For every toast to the Tsar, there was a family sinking further into poverty. For every jovial song in a kabak, there was a peasant wife waiting at home, wondering where the money had gone. Generations were born into a system that traded freedom for intoxication. The empire's strength, its revenue, its social order, depended on keeping its people pleasantly inebriated. Still, to a foreign observer, Russia remained a paradox. Here was a nation that could produce brilliant scientists, composers, and soldiers, yet couldn't escape its dependence on the bottle. The image of the Russian peasant, rough hands clutching a glass of clear spirit against a backdrop of snow, became almost mythic. Even Tolstoy, who later denounced alcohol with righteous fury, admitted that it was nearly impossible to separate the soul of the nation from its drink. As the 19th century rolled on, voices began to question this relationship. Was it possible, they wondered, that the empire's strength was built on its own weakness? That the same drink filling the treasury was emptying the people? But those were questions for another generation. For now, the vodka empire stood firm, glistening, intoxicating, and quietly unstable beneath its icy surface. The glasses clinked, the toasts continued, and the Tsar smiled from his palace, his coffers brimming with liquid gold. No one yet suspected that the very drink that had built Russia's might would one day help bring it to its knees. If one wished to understand the Russian Empire, one might begin not with its wars or its palaces, but with its taverns. For the empire's wealth flowed less from gold or grain than from vodka. The Tsar ruled not only by divine right, but by monopoly on drink. It was an arrangement both simple and diabolically effective. The people drank, the treasury filled, and everyone, for a time, was content. By the 18th century, this system had become a fixture of Russian life. When Peter the Great took the throne, he did what any reforming autocrat might do. He drank prodigiously and made sure everyone else did too. Peter was, among other things, a man of appetite for ships, for Western fashions, for fireworks, and most certainly for strong spirits. He drank toasts with foreign ambassadors, with soldiers, with anyone who happened to be standing near enough to hold a glass. His infamous all jesting, all drunken synod of fools and jesters was part satire of the church and part extended party. Members of this mock order, dressed as bishops, were required to drink until they couldn't remember the articles of their own constitution, which, admittedly, might have been the point. It was Peter who turned vodka from a rustic curiosity into a national industry. His modernization campaigns required vast sums of money to build ships, fortresses, and cities, none more extravagant than his new capital, St. Petersburg, which was essentially founded on a swamp and sustained by vodka. The state's monopoly on alcohol became a financial lifeline. Every peasant's drink contributed to the empire's new grandeur. One might say St. Petersburg was built on the backs of peasants and the fumes of their hangovers. After Peter's death, his successors maintained the system even as they wrinkled their noses at its consequences. The empire grew, but so did its dependence on drink. By the reign of Catherine the Great, vodka revenues made up an astonishing portion of state income. Estimates range from a quarter to nearly half. It was said, not entirely in jest, that Russia was an empire of drunks ruled by teetotalers. The Tsars themselves were rarely heavy drinkers. They preferred champagne and imported wines. Vodka was for the masses, both their comfort and their chain. And yet, the Tsars understood its value. Alcohol dulled rebellion. It soothed the sting of inequality. It kept men too weary or too cheerful to plot insurrection. Officials occasionally described vodka as the best policeman in Russia. When famine struck, when taxes rose, when wars dragged on endlessly, the government encouraged tavern attendance. The people might grumble about bread, but they rarely rioted about vodka, unless, of course, the price went up. The state monopoly was brutally efficient. In towns and villages, licensed taverns sold only government-approved spirits. Private brewing was illegal, a capital offence for repeat offenders. In practice, the black market thrived. Distillers bribed inspectors, priests brewed in cellars, and soldiers smuggled vodka in barrels labelled vinegar. Everyone, it seemed, was in on the deception, including the officials meant to enforce it. The empire was, in effect, drunk on its own hypocrisy. The human cost was staggering. Entire regions suffered from chronic alcoholism. Workers in the new industrial towns spent much of their wages in the kabaks. Families starved while fathers drank away their earnings. Chronic drunkenness led to violence, illness, and premature death, all of which the state noted with bureaucratic indifference. Vodka, like the weather, was simply a fact of life. Foreign visitors often wrote about it in tones of fascinated despair. A British diplomat in the 1830s observed that the Russian peasant loves his Tsar, his church, and his vodka, not necessarily in that order. Another described attending a village feast where the host began drinking at dawn and was carried home long before noon. Yet these same observers admitted that sobriety was scarcely easier to endure. Life for the serf was hard labour, long winters, and unrelenting hierarchy. Vodka was warmth, relief, and rebellion in a bottle, the only escape permitted by the state. As the 19th century progressed, the empire's love affair with alcohol deepened. Bureaucrats devised ever more creative ways to tax it. Special stamps, seals, and licenses were required at every stage of production. The result was a vast and complex system of regulation that few understood, but everyone resented. Corruption was endemic. Bribes flowed as freely as vodka itself. The state's treasury was always full, yet somehow the empire remained perpetually in debt. An accountant's miracle powered by intoxication. The irony was not lost on reformers. A few brave souls began to question whether a nation could thrive while living perpetually at the bottom of a bottle. Writers like Leo Tolstoy railed against alcohol as a moral plague, urging peasants to embrace sobriety and faith. He even founded a temperance society, though its meetings were often sparsely attended, perhaps because they lacked refreshments. The Orthodox Church, once complicit, began to preach restraint, but its sermons rarely competed successfully with the sound of clinking glasses. Even the Tsar's ministers worried about dependence. Finance officials warned that if the people ever stopped drinking, or worse, if they could no longer afford to, the empire's budget would collapse. Their solution, naturally, was to ensure no one ever stopped. Taverns were encouraged to extend credit, often collecting debts directly from landlords. The peasants drank themselves into bondage. The Tsar's empire resembled a great tavern, splendid from the outside, but sticky and dim within. And yet, vodka was not merely a tool of oppression. It was also a strange kind of social glue. In a society stratified by rank and title, drink offered a rare moment of equality. At a feast, noblemen and peasants alike were expected to raise their glasses. To refuse a toast was to insult the host. Diplomats sealed treaties with shots of vodka. Merchants struck bargains over bottles. Even soldiers on the eve of battle shared the same drink, regardless of class. For a fleeting moment, the empire's divisions blurred in the haze of alcohol. But dependence breeds vulnerability. By the late 19th century, as the empire modernized and new social movements arose, its reliance on vodka began to look less like stability and more like a trap. The same revenue that filled the treasury crippled productivity. Factories struggled with absentee workers. The army, supposedly the pride of the nation, suffered from chronic drunkenness. Disciplinary records from the Russo-Turkish War read like tavern logs. Soldiers missing roll call because they were unwell from vodka. Officers reprimanded for drinking on duty. Entire units temporarily incapacitated after victory celebrations. Behind closed doors, ministers whispered about reform. Some proposed raising prices. Others suggested limiting hours of sale. All were rejected. The finance ministry argued that the empire could not survive a drop in revenue. And so the wheel turned. Peasants drank, the treasury swelled, and the empire teetered on its own intoxicated balance. In portraits and propaganda, the Tsar remained serene, father of his people, protector of the faith. But behind the facade, his empire was rotting from within. The same drink that funded his armies also dulled their edge. The same vodka that built his roads kept the workers too drunk to repair them. The Tsar might have worn the crown, but vodka ruled the realm. It is said that every empire contains the seeds of its own destruction. In Russia's case, those seeds were soaked in spirits. The Tsars thought they had found a perfect arrangement, a people too loyal or too tipsy to rebel. But history has little patience for such illusions. The day would come when the taverns, once tools of control, would become the very breeding ground of dissent. For now, though, the empire still laughed, drank, and stumbled onward, clutching its glass like a talisman. The Tsar's favourite poison flowed through every village and every vein of his vast domain. It sparkled in crystal decanters at court, sloshed in tin cups by the fire, and filled the treasury's vaults with silver. The people sang to their Tsar and toasted his glory. He smiled, lifted his own glass, perhaps filled with something gentler, and drank to their health. Neither side realized that in the end they were toasting their own downfall. There is a peculiar logic to the way empires sustain themselves, and in Russia's case, that logic often came with a hangover. The Tsars had long understood that their armies, immense, loyal, and perpetually underfunded, needed more than pay and patriotism to keep going. They needed vodka. It was cheaper than morale, easier to transport than faith, and at least for a short while, far more effective. From the reign of Peter the Great onward, alcohol and the Russian military were inseparable companions. The Tsar's soldiers marched, drilled, and froze their way through campaigns on a steady ration of spirits. It was not merely tolerated, it was policy. A sober soldier, it was said, was a sullen soldier. A drunk one might still charge the enemy, or at the very least forget to ask why. Peter himself set the precedent. He adored his army, a creation of his will and his wallet, and believed that camaraderie was forged not just in battle, but in the bottle. His military reforms dragged Russia into modernity, yet he never saw a contradiction in modern discipline and ancient debauchery. Officers were expected to drink heartily, particularly in the Tsar's presence. To decline was considered an insult, an act bordering on treason. One unlucky diplomat once tried to excuse himself early from a banquet, claiming illness. Peter simply ordered more vodka, declaring that it was the best medicine Russia could offer. The army followed suit. drinking was built into the rhythm of service life. Soldiers drank before battle for courage, after battle for celebration, and in between because there was little else to do. Marching through the endless Russian winters, vodka was warmth, consolation, and anesthesia all in one. It dulled pain, calmed fear, and kept frostbite at bay, at least until the morning, when it returned with interest. By the 19th century, this tradition had hardened into ritual. Officially, soldiers were supposed to receive measured rations, a few ounces a day, carefully distributed. In practice, the line between ration and riot was thin. Officers turned a blind eye to excesses, sometimes joining in themselves. The commissaries meant to regulate alcohol supplies were notoriously corrupt. Barrels meant for the front often vanished en route, only to reappear in nearby towns, miraculously full again, at a higher price. Foreign observers were alternately amused and horrified. During the Napoleonic Wars, French officers noted that Russian troops, even when freezing, exhausted, and half-starved, would somehow find time to drink and sing. One French memoirist remarked, "They march like bears and drink like volcanoes." It wasn't meant as praise, but it came close. Napoleon himself is said to have complained that the Russian soldier fears nothing except an empty bottle. Vodka did, in fairness, serve certain practical purposes. It sterilized water, a serious matter in the days before sanitation, and numbed pain when medicine was scarce. During the brutal Crimean War of the 1850s, vodka was used as disinfectant, anesthetic, and consolation prize for soldiers watching their comrades fall. The empire was vast, the resources thin, and vodka filled the gap. But as with all Russian institutions, the system came with contradictions. The same drink that warmed soldiers also weakened them. Drunkenness led to brawls, insubordination, and occasional mutiny. Reports from military tribunals read like tavern anecdotes. Men found asleep on watch, owing to excessive spirit consumption. Officers caught selling government vodka for personal profit. Entire units late to muster, because as one colonel delicately put it, they were in no condition to distinguish left from right. The empire tolerated it because in a grim way it worked. A drunk army might be unruly, but it was also resilient. Russian soldiers were famous for enduring hardships that would have broken others. Long marches, freezing nights, appalling rations. All borne with grim humour and a flask of vodka tucked into the coat. It was their solace against misery, and misery was plentiful. There was also a cultural pride to it. To drink deeply was to prove one's manhood, one's Russianness. Officers prided themselves on their capacity, seeing it as a sign of strength and camaraderie. Toasts were endless. To the Tsar, to victory, to the motherland, to fallen comrades, to anyone whose name came to mind before the glass ran dry. There are records of regimental dinners that began at dusk and ended 2 days later. The participants emerging pale and bewildered into the daylight, as if from a siege. The worst of it was not always on the battlefield, but in the long stretches of peace that filled the spaces between wars. Boredom, for a soldier, could be deadlier than gunfire. Barracks life in the 19th century was monotonous. Drills, inspections, and endless routine. Vodka offered an escape. Commanders complained that it was impossible to maintain order without flogging, and impossible to maintain morale without drinking. They did both, often on the same day. Reformers tried, at times, to intervene. After the Crimean War's humiliations, the army's leaders recognized the need for modernization, better weapons, better training, and, in theory, better sobriety. But habits are stubborn things. Soldiers returning from campaigns brought back not discipline, but new toasts learned abroad. The temperance movement that began to stir among civilians never took root in the ranks. When priests tried to preach abstinence to regiments, the men reportedly offered to drink to his health instead. By the early 20th century, the situation had grown untenable. Russia's vast army was a paradox: brave, enduring, but unreliable. Alcohol-related illness and accidents were rampant. In some units, as many as 1 in 5 soldiers faced disciplinary action for drunken behaviour. Yet still, the state refused to cut off the supply. War was coming again, a vast mechanised slaughter unlike any before, and the government believed vodka would keep morale high. When World War I broke out in 1914, each soldier carried not only a rifle but a flask. In the chaos of the front, vodka became as vital as ammunition. It calmed nerves before battle and drowned grief afterward. The Empire called it liquid courage, but courage purchased by the bottle has a price. Discipline crumbled, desertion soared, and drunken violence spread through the ranks. Officers tried to impose control, but many were no better. There are reports of regiments staggering into battle, singing patriotic songs off-key, their formation loose, but their spirits, in every sense, high. Yet the soldiers were not fools. Many knew that vodka was not given out of kindness. They called it the Tsar's chain, a means of keeping them docile, compliant, and too clouded to question orders. Some, bitterly, poured their rations into the snow before marching out, saying they'd rather die with clear heads than live as puppets. It was a brave sentiment, though rarely repeated. The next morning was always colder. In a way, the Russian soldiers' relationship with vodka mirrored the Empire's own fate. Strong at first, then staggering, then inevitably collapsing under its own weight. The same spirit that sustained them in war would later feed the fires of revolution. Drunken soldiers would become rioters. Rioters would become rebels. And rebels would bring down the very system that had once fed them their daily glass. But that reckoning was still in the future. For now, on the frozen plains of Eastern Europe, under grey skies and fluttering banners, the army of the Tsar marched onward. The men trudged through mud and snow, singing in voices cracked by cold and spirits. Somewhere, a flask passed from hand to hand, and laughter rose above the wind. It was, in its own way, beautiful. A terrible human beauty. Half courage and half intoxication. They were the soldiers of the vodka empire, loyal, doomed, and drunk enough to believe that both could coexist forever. If one wished to find the true heart of the Russian Empire, one might skip the palaces, the churches, and the battlefields, and go straight to the village tavern, the Kabak. It was here, among the smoky rafters and rough wooden benches, that millions of peasants lived out the quieter, liquid half of Russian history. The Kabak was not merely a building, it was a way of life. Every Russian village, however poor, aspired to have one. If the church saved souls on Sunday, the Kabak reclaimed them by Monday. It was a humble establishment, usually a one-room affair with a dirt floor, a sagging counter, and a barrel or two of state-issued vodka gleaming in the dim light. The smell was unmistakable, equal parts smoke, sweat, and despair, though not always in that order. The tavern keeper was often the most influential man in the village after the priest. He sold not just vodka, but time, company, and forgetfulness. In his ledger, a man's worth could be measured in shots owed. Credit was common, disastrously so. A peasant would drink through the harvest profits in a single evening, promising to repay when next season's crops came in. The next season, of course, looked much the same. By the 19th century, many peasants were permanently indebted to the tavern, and by extension, to the state that supplied it. The Russian government had perfected this system with almost scientific precision. The state monopoly on vodka meant that every glass poured in a kabak contributed directly to the Tsar's treasury. It was taxation through temptation. The empire discovered what all great empires eventually do, that controlling pleasure can be even more profitable than controlling pain. And so, across the vastness of Russia, the taverns multiplied. For the peasant, life was hard and unrelenting. The days were long, the winters endless, and the rewards pitiful. A few kopecks at the end of the week, a sack of grain, a roof that leaked when it snowed. These were the building blocks of existence. Vodka offered something different, a brief holiday from consciousness. A man could drink, sing, and forget that his hands were cracked, his taxes overdue, and his children hungry. For a few hours he was not a serf, not a debtor, not a subject of the Tsar. He was simply warm. The kabak was where Russia went to exhale. Men gathered after work, still in muddy boots, and swapped stories that grew grander with every refill. Songs broke out, those long, haunting melodies that could sound like both laughter and mourning. Someone might produce a balalaika, strumming half-remembered tunes. Deals were made, quarrels settled, or occasionally begun. There was always at least one fight before closing, and always the same outcome. The fighters would stagger home together, arm in arm, insisting on eternal friendship until the next evening. Women rarely entered the kabak, except to drag their husbands out of it. The sight of a peasant wife at the door, arms folded, headscarf tied tightly, eyes narrowed with volcanic patience, was one that struck fear into even the boldest drinker. She might wait silently until her husband emerged, sheepish and weaving, and then escort him home with quiet fury. Domestic peace was restored by morning, at least until the next visit. For the state, all of this was both useful and dangerous. Vodka dulled the edge of discontent, but never erased it completely. In times of hardship, the kabak became a refuge, a place where peasants muttered about landlords, taxes, and the distant Tsar. Authorities were aware of this, of course. Government agents sometimes sat quietly in the corner, pretending to drink, listening for seditious talk. A careless toast to freedom or to less tax could bring trouble. Many learned to phrase their complaints in metaphor, raising glasses instead to better harvests or clearer mornings, which everyone understood meant the same thing. Yet the empire's reliance on vodka came with an odd moral hypocrisy. Officials condemned drunkenness as a vice, even as they profited from it. Priests preached temperance on Sunday mornings, only to collect tavern taxes on Monday afternoons. Reformers wrote essays about moral decay while keeping private cellars well stocked. The double standard was as clear as the spirit itself. By the late 19th century, some local governors tried to introduce reforms. They proposed closing taverns on Sundays or limiting sales to daylight hours. The results were disastrous. Entire villages rioted when their kabaks were shuttered. In one province, peasants broke down the doors and declared the ban an act of tyranny. Soldiers had to be called in to restore order, though they too were known to sneak a drink before doing so. Still, the social damage was undeniable. Alcoholism ravaged the countryside. Families fell apart, productivity collapsed, and poverty deepened. Tolstoy, ever the moralist, called the Kabak the gateway to hell, and wrote passionately about the suffering it caused. His temperance essays circulated widely, though they were read mostly by people sober enough to do so. A small audience. In most villages, the idea of giving up vodka was as absurd as giving up bread. There was another cruelty hidden in this system: the illusion of choice. Technically, no one forced the peasants to drink. The state simply ensured that they always could, and that they always would. A sober peasantry might have been productive, perhaps even revolutionary. A drunk one was safe. It worked for centuries until it didn't. And yet, for all the tragedy, one can't help but feel a certain melancholy affection for the Kabak. It was, after all, the one place where peasants could laugh without permission. They had no voice in politics, no rights in law, no wealth to speak of, but they had their songs, their stories, and their vodka. The Kabak was their parliament, their theatre, their church of forgetfulness. When travellers passed through rural Russia, they often found the taverns packed even on freezing nights. Through frost-covered windows, they saw men huddled together around small tables, faces glowing in the firelight, their laughter muffled by snow. Outside, the wind howled across endless fields. Inside, for a few hours, it was warm. One English visitor noted that to the Russian peasant, the tavern is not escape from life, but a small rehearsal of heaven. He may have meant it sarcastically, but he wasn't entirely wrong. The tragedy, of course, was that the Kabak gave the peasants relief without remedy. It dulled their suffering, but never cured it. It made them momentarily free, but only in dreams. The more they drank, the more dependent they became, not just on vodka, but on the state that sold it. The empire's genius lay in turning oppression into a business model. By the dawn of the 20th century, the pattern was complete. Russia's economy, its culture, even its spirituality had been filtered through the tavern glass. The Kabak was everywhere, from the smallest hamlet to the largest city, from the laughter of peasants to the ledgers of ministers. The Tsar could sleep peacefully, knowing his subjects were too drunk to disturb his rest. But beneath the laughter and the clinking glasses, something was shifting. The same taverns that had once soothed despair were beginning to host whispers of anger. Peasants spoke of injustice, of new ideas, of distant revolutionaries who promised change. The air was thick not only with smoke, but with restlessness. Vodka had kept them quiet for centuries, but soon it would start talking back. For now, though, the tavern doors creaked shut, the candles guttered out, and the last patrons stumbled into the snow. The wind carried their songs across the fields, mournful, defiant, and faintly hopeful. The Kabak slept, but Russia was beginning to stir. By the middle of the 19th century, Russia's great love affair with vodka had become something of a national embarrassment. The empire that prided itself on orthodox faith, military glory, and endless birch forests was quite plainly drunk. Not just on celebration or sorrow, but systemically perpetually and expensively drunk. The taverns overflowed, the treasury swelled, and the moralists despaired. It was, as one reformer sighed, a nation intoxicated by its own misery. And so began the age of temperance, a noble, if rather doomed, attempt to sober up the Russian soul. The earliest efforts came from the church. The Orthodox clergy had long preached moderation, but few listened. Some priests, sensing the futility of sermons, tried a more practical approach, opening sobriety houses, humble wooden halls where men could gather to drink tea instead of vodka. It was, in essence, an attempt to replace taverns with teapots. The results were mixed. Attendance was high at first, mostly out of curiosity, but enthusiasm waned once visitors discovered that tea was less inspiring than spirits. Nevertheless, these little clubs sowed a seed. In the 1850s and 1860s, the temperance movement gained cautious momentum. Reformers, a mix of clergymen, educators, and concerned noblewomen, began to argue that drunkenness was not just a personal sin, but a social disease. They linked it to poverty, illiteracy, domestic violence, and the stagnation of the peasantry. To them, sobriety was not only moral, but patriotic. If Russia were ever to modernize, they said, it would first need to put down the bottle. Among the loudest voices was Count Leo Tolstoy, who after his spiritual awakening decided that vodka was the devil's favourite tool. He preached total abstinence, founded his own temperance society, and distributed leaflets urging peasants to embrace purity of body and soul. His writings were passionate, his ideals unshakable, and his readers somewhat bemused. Many peasants respected Tolstoy as a saintly figure, but few took his advice literally. When one villager was asked if he'd given up drink after reading Tolstoy, he reportedly replied, "Of course not, but I drink to his health." Tolstoy's movement was part of a broader wave. Across the empire, small local societies sprang up, often with lofty names like the Brotherhood of Sobriety or the Friends of Pure Hearts. Members signed pledges, swore oaths, and wore small badges shaped like water droplets to show their commitment. Some genuinely tried to live by these vows. Others used them as temporary cover during Lent. The government, meanwhile, observed all of this with a blend of curiosity and concern. Temperance might sound virtuous, but it also threatened the imperial wallet. By the late 19th century, vodka sales accounted for nearly half of the state's revenue. Each convert to sobriety was, from the Treasury's point of view, a financial defector. The Ministry of Finance quietly discouraged any reform that worked too well. Provincial officials were instructed to support temperance within reasonable bounds, meaning in effect, not at all. Yet public debate could not be suppressed. Newspapers published heated editorials about the vodka question. Intellectuals argued over whether the drink was a symptom or a cause of Russia's backwardness. Doctors wrote grim statistics about cirrhosis and delirium tremens. Teachers complained that half their pupils came to class hungry because their fathers drank away the bread money. Even conservative landowners began to wonder whether a sober workforce might be more profitable in the long run. In some places, communities took matters into their own hands. Peasants in several provinces formed dry villages, agreeing collectively to close their taverns. It was an impressive show of discipline for about a month. Soon, secret stills began to appear in barns and forests. The moonshiners, known as samogonshchiki, became local heroes, defying both the state and sobriety at once. Homemade vodka, or samagon, was stronger, cheaper, and far more dangerous than the state variety. It blinded a few, killed others, and left most with stories that improved with retelling. Still, there were genuine victories. By the 1880s, thousands of temperance societies existed across Russia. Some were religious, others secular. Many combined moral instruction with social work, helping widows, educating children, and running small libraries. The movement attracted teachers, doctors, and even a few sympathetic nobles who saw in it a way to bridge the chasm between classes. A peasant who joined a sobriety society was not merely giving up drink, he was asserting his dignity. It was a quiet act of rebellion against centuries of dependence, both chemical and political. Yet the problem remained vast. Russia was simply too big, too cold, and too weary to give up its liquid comfort. Every winter, when the fields froze and work ceased, drinking filled the long darkness. Vodka was not just habit, it was rhythm. Reformers could preach all they liked, but a man with frostbitten fingers and a debt to his landlord was unlikely to reach for herbal tea. The state eventually decided to intervene, not out of compassion, but control. In the 1890s, Tsar Alexander III introduced the wine monopoly reform, which placed alcohol production directly under government management. Ostensibly, it was to ensure purity and prevent overconsumption. In practice, it was to tighten revenue. The state set prices, built distilleries, and plastered villages with propaganda. Posters of cheerful peasants raising modest glasses. Slogans extolling temperate enjoyment. It was the bureaucratic version of telling an alcoholic to pace himself. The reform succeeded, financially. Revenue soared, quality improved, and the government congratulated itself. But morally, it was hollow. The monopoly made the empire even more dependent on alcohol than before. Every kopeck a peasant spent on vodka was a vote for the Tsar's solvency. The treasury, it seemed, had discovered its own addiction. Some reformers despaired, others adjusted their tactics. They turned toward education, arguing that the root cause of drunkenness was ignorance. If peasants could read, they might read temperance tracts. If they could think critically, they might question their rulers. The government, naturally, found this idea less appealing. Literacy, after all, was a gateway drug to revolution. And indeed, as the 20th century dawned, a new generation of reformers began to see vodka not merely as a moral or health issue, but as a political one. They argued that alcohol was a weapon of control, a tool the Tsar used to keep his subjects subdued. The tavern, they said, was the empire's leash. Sobriety, therefore, was not just virtue, it was rebellion. In this, they were not entirely wrong. The connection between vodka and power had become so complete that to attack one was to threaten the other. The state's addiction mirrored the people's. Both knew it was destroying them, and both were too afraid to stop. Tolstoy once wrote that drunkenness is a dream, and the sobering of Russia will be its awakening. It was a beautiful sentiment, perhaps too beautiful. For Russia, waking up would take more than sermons and societies. It would take catastrophe. But that would come later. For now, the reformers carried on, earnest, eloquent, and slightly tragic, writing pamphlets no one read, hosting meetings no one remembered, and clinking teacups in place of glasses. They dreamed of a sober Russia while outside their windows the taverns glowed warm against the snow. The songs, the laughter, and the faint clatter of coins drifted through a cold night air, reminders that the Empire was still dreaming, still drinking, and still deeply asleep. Revolutions, it is often said, are born in coffee houses. That may be true in Paris or London, where ideas ferment politely beside saucers of caffeine. But in Russia, the cradle of rebellion was far less refined. It was the tavern, smoky, noisy, and perpetually unsteady. Here, amid the fumes of cheap vodka, the first quiet embers of revolution began to flicker. By the early 20th century, the Empire's love affair with alcohol had turned from a social problem into a national crisis. The old kabak system, once the pride of the Tsar's treasury, had become a symptom of everything wrong with imperial rule. Rural poverty, industrial misery, political repression, all found their reflection in the glass. Russia was drunk not from joy, but from exhaustion. Factories had sprung up in the cities, drawing peasants from the countryside with promises of wages and modern life. What they found instead were long hours, dangerous conditions, and pay that barely covered rent, let alone food. After work, there was one escape: the vodka shop, glowing in the winter dark like a beacon of forgetfulness. Rows of men crowded around counters, gulping their daily ration in silence. One observer wrote that, in Petersburg, the tavern is as vital as the factory itself. Both consume men for the profit of the state. The government, ever pragmatic, continued to profit handsomely. Vodka sales accounted for nearly a third of state revenue by 1910. Finance ministers warned that any serious reform, any genuine temperance, would bankrupt the empire. To keep the money flowing, the state licensed more vendors, extended credit, and even launched advertising campaigns extolling moderate enjoyment. Posters showed smiling peasants raising glasses beneath portraits of the Tsar, a rather desperate illusion of harmony. But illusions cannot last forever. The same working men who drank to forget their hardships began eventually to discuss them. In the dim light of the tavern, political ideas trickled in like contraband. Revolutionaries, socialists, anarchists, and dreamers of every variety realized that vodka halls were perfect places to spread their message. Police rarely paid attention to men they assumed too drunk to plot. Yet among the haze of laughter and curses, seditious words began to circulate. Why? Someone might ask after his third glass. Does the Tsar drink champagne while we drink poison? And so it began. The irony was exquisite. The very substance the Tsar used to pacify his people became the setting for their awakening. Every toast to the empire carried a trace of resentment. Every hangover, a headache not just of the body but of conscience. The taverns of Moscow and Petersburg echoed with the same mixture of despair and hope that preceded all great upheavals. By 1905, the tension had reached breaking point. Years of famine, corruption, and military humiliation in the Russo-Japanese War had driven the people to desperation. When peaceful demonstrators marched to petition the Tsar on what became known as Bloody Sunday, the soldiers opened fire. The shock reverberated through the nation, and through its taverns. In the weeks that followed, riots broke out across the empire. Strikes shut down factories, peasants seized estates, and soldiers mutinied. And through it all, vodka played its chaotic role. Some rioters looted taverns for drink before looting anything else. In Odessa, revolutionaries burned down a government warehouse and discovered too late that it was filled with alcohol. The resulting fire spread for miles, a literal river of flame born of state spirit. One newspaper observed grimly, "The empire is burning, and it burns with vodka." The government's response was predictable. They blamed drunkenness for the unrest rather than the conditions that caused it. Circulars were issued declaring that intemperance leads to disorder, as though the revolution were merely an overlong bender. In truth, the two were inseparable. Vodka had numbed the people for centuries. Now it magnified their rage. The temperance movement, long mocked as idealistic, suddenly looked prophetic. Reformers argued that true liberation required sobriety, that a nation addicted to alcohol could never be free. Pamphlets circulated urging workers to abandon vodka and embrace self-discipline. Slogans like "Drink is the Tsar's chain" appeared on factory walls. Sobriety became, for a brief, shining moment, revolutionary. But ideals are easier printed than practiced. Many of the same men who shouted for freedom also stumbled out of taverns at dawn, singing hoarse hymns to liberty between hiccups. Revolution is rarely tidy. The chaos of 1905 subsided, leaving behind a shaken empire and a new awareness that something was rotten at its core. For the next decade, the pattern continued. The state grew ever more dependent on vodka revenue, while its people grew ever more restless. The Kabak became a mirror of national decay, loud, smoky, full of life yet doomed to collapse. Even police officers and soldiers, supposed guardians of order, were often found among the patrons, drinking beside the same men they might arrest tomorrow. And then came the war. When the First World War erupted in 1914, Russia mobilized millions. The government, desperate to maintain discipline, made a fateful decision: to ban the sale of vodka altogether. For centuries, the empire had been addicted to alcohol. Now, overnight, it went cold turkey. The ban was framed as patriotic, a sacrifice for the motherland. Nicholas II himself declared that sobriety would strengthen the army and purify the nation. The initial reaction was oddly hopeful. Churches blessed the decree, reformers celebrated, newspapers predicted a moral renaissance. For a brief moment, it seemed as though the long-suffering temperance advocates had triumphed. But victory, as it turned out, was disastrous. Vodka revenue vanished almost instantly, leaving a gaping hole in the treasury. The empire, already strained by war costs, found itself financially crippled. Black markets bloomed overnight. Peasants distilled their own spirits, fiery, dangerous samagon, and sold them in secret. Entire villages became illicit breweries. Soldiers, deprived of official rations, resorted to brewing alcohol from potato peels and boot polish. The result was predictably chaotic. The government tried to enforce the ban with typical enthusiasm and typical incompetence. Taverns were raided, stills destroyed, and offenders flogged. But the demand was unstoppable. For every illegal distillery shut down, 2 more appeared. Even police officers drank confiscated evidence. "The state is at war with itself," one official wrote privately. "We chase the moonshine by day and drink it by night." The moral high ground quickly dissolved into farce. Without vodka, the people were not inspired. They were furious. Drunkenness had been their comfort, their only escape. Now, sober, they saw the empire's failures with shocking clarity. The war dragged on, prices soared, and food shortages grew unbearable. The workers who once drowned despair in state vodka now gathered in angry, sober crowds. The irony could not have been greater. The empire had survived centuries of intoxication, only to begin collapsing the moment it sobered up. The ban had been meant to strengthen Russia. Instead, it stripped away the anesthetic. Pain rushed in, economic, political, and moral. By 1917, the people had nothing left to lose, and for once, the clarity to see it. And so the taverns that had once echoed with songs now stood silent or empty, their shutters nailed, their barrels dry. The great drunken empire had awakened at last, bleary-eyed, unsteady, and vengeful. The revolution would soon come, and with it, a reckoning. But in a sense, it had already begun years earlier, in the dim light of those taverns, in the half-serious toasts and weary laughter of men who had drunk too much and hoped too little. They had not set out to change history. They had merely wanted to forget it. Yet history, patient and persistent, was waiting at the bottom of the glass. By the summer of 1914, Russia stood at the edge of catastrophe, though it didn't yet know it. Europe was sliding toward war. Alliances crackled like dry tinder. And Tsar Nicholas II, dutiful and uncertain, found himself leading an empire too vast to govern and too fragile to survive. Yet in those final months before the world erupted, one decision, well-meaning, moral, and utterly disastrous, would set Russia on a course toward ruin faster than any army could march. It was the Great Dry Law, the Tsar's sudden, absolute ban on vodka. The idea, on paper, sounded almost noble. Russia had entered the Great War with patriotic zeal. Crowds filled the streets, cheering the Tsar and singing hymns. Church bells rang, soldiers paraded, and reformers saw a divine opportunity. At last, a sober nation united under God and duty. The temperance advocates had been pleading for decades. Now, war gave them their chance. The Tsar, convinced that drunkenness was undermining morale and discipline, issued an imperial decree. The sale of all strong drink was to cease immediately. It was the first time in centuries that the Russian state had voluntarily renounced its most profitable vice. The moralists rejoiced. Priests delivered sermons on purity and sacrifice. Newspapers hailed the coming of a new, temperate Russia. Government posters appeared overnight, earnest, clumsy things, showing clean-faced peasants raising glasses of milk and tea, their eyes shining with patriotic purpose. It was, for a few weeks, almost beautiful. Then reality arrived. The empire's economy, it turned out, was built less on iron and wheat than on vodka. Nearly a third of government revenue came from alcohol taxes. The treasury, already drained by mobilization, suddenly lost its most reliable income. Financing the war became a nightmare. Officials scrambled to raise new taxes, print money, and sell bonds. Inflation soared. Within a year, the ruble began its slow collapse. Meanwhile, the population, accustomed to centuries of state-sponsored drinking, went abruptly and unwillingly sober. Taverns closed overnight. Barrels were confiscated or smashed. Peasants woke up to find their familiar kabaks shuttered and soldiers guarding the doors. The shock was almost existential. One police report from a provincial town described a deep and general confusion among the people, as though they had misplaced their own shadows. The ban also produced a thriving new industry, illegal distillation. Across the countryside, hidden stills bubbled day and night. Housewives fermented potatoes in cellars. Soldiers smuggled contraband spirits in canteens. Priests quietly blessed homemade brews for medicinal purposes. The drink of the people, samogon, moonshine, returned with a vengeance. Stronger, cheaper, and considerably more dangerous than state vodka, it burned through the empire like fire. In some regions, even children joined the trade, carrying jars to market under bundles of firewood. The police tried, valiantly and hopelessly, to enforce the ban. Raids were common. Officers seized barrels, arrested moonshiners, and sometimes joined them for a taste before hauling them off. Corruption flourished. Fines were levied, bribes exchanged, and entire shipments of confiscated spirits simply vanished. The law, one district commander complained, is respected only until the inspector leaves the room. The government itself was no less hypocritical. While peasants were flogged for brewing, the aristocracy continued to drink behind closed doors. Elegant salons in Petrograd clinked with contraband champagne. Officers toasted victories with smuggled cognac. The dry law, it seemed, applied chiefly to those who could least afford disobedience. But the greatest damage was not moral hypocrisy. It was economic chaos. Without alcohol revenue, the state's finances disintegrated. Printing more money to cover the deficit led to inflation, which devoured wages and savings. Bread lines lengthened. Discontent spread. A sober Russia, it turned out, was an angry Russia. And the army, the very institution the Tsar hoped to strengthen by sobriety, found new ways to drink. Soldiers brewed samogon in mess tins, siphoned fuel from supply trains, and mixed it with whatever they could find. The results were unpredictable. Accounts survive of entire regiments struck blind or delirious from poisoned alcohol. Officers, despairing, begged for a controlled ration rather than total prohibition, arguing that discipline was impossible while soldiers drank lamp oil. The government refused. The absurdities piled up. In some cities, chemists sold non-beverage tinctures, colognes, cleaning spirits, and cough mixtures, all technically legal, but containing enough alcohol to flatten a regiment. Newspapers published grimly comic headlines. 20 men poisoned by shoe polish. The people, stripped of their traditional relief, simply found new and worse poisons. Yet even as the chaos deepened, the Tsar remained convinced of his righteousness. He saw the ban as a moral crusade, proof that he was guiding his people toward virtue. Let them suffer, he wrote to a minister, for the sake of their souls. It was perhaps the most tragic sentence of his reign, for in truth the dry law severed one of the last fragile bonds between ruler and ruled. For centuries, vodka had been the empire's unspoken contract. The people drank, and in return they endured. The state taxed their misery but also shared in it, offering the illusion of common weakness. Now the illusion was gone. The peasants no longer saw the Tsar as a benevolent father, but as a joyless despot who had taken even their solace. The resentment was subtle at first, then contagious. In villages, people began speaking of the Tsar's law not as holy but cruel. "He prays in gold," one peasant woman reportedly said, "and tells us to drink water." In the factories, workers grumbled that the rich drank in secret while the poor were punished for it. The idea spread that the prohibition was not about morality at all, but control. One more chain around the peasant's neck. The revolutionaries could not have asked for a better gift. They saw the ban as living proof of imperial hypocrisy. Their pamphlets mocked the Tsar's virtue by decree, and promised a different kind of freedom, one that included, naturally, the right to drink. It was propaganda that required no imagination. By 1916, the empire was groaning under the strain of war, famine, and inflation. The once proud capital was full of hungry, irritable people, all sober enough to notice their misery. The police reported a new and dangerous clarity among the workers. For centuries, vodka had dulled rebellion. Now deprivation sharpened it, and so, when the storm finally broke in 1917, the revolution's first act was not to restore liberty, nor to reform government, but to find the keys to the wine cellars. In Petrograd, mobs stormed warehouses and palaces, breaking open casks that had been sealed for years. Rivers of wine and spirits ran through the streets. Soldiers drank from their helmets. Civilians filled buckets. It was a symbolic reversal. The people reclaiming what had been taken from them. The Great Dry Law had been meant to save Russia's soul. Instead, it drowned the empire's last defences in resentment, corruption, and rage. By trying to purify his people, Nicholas II had stripped away their illusions, and once sober, they saw him as he truly was. A well-intentioned man hopelessly out of his depth, presiding over a collapsing world. The law remained technically in force for years, even after the monarchy fell. But by then, it no longer mattered. The empire that had once been built on vodka had been destroyed, in part, by its absence. History, it seems, has a cruel sense of irony. And so, as winter settled over the broken lands, the taverns of Russia stood silent, their barrels empty, their shelves bare, their owners gone. The old drinking songs faded into memory, replaced by the chants of revolution echoing in the streets. The Great Dry Law had done what centuries of vodka never could. It had sobered Russia. And the first thing it saw, clear and cold as ice, was the end of its empire. By the time the Great War dragged into its third winter, the Russian Empire was no longer a living thing, but a staggering one, half frozen, half starved, and entirely bewildered. Its cities were hungry, its army exhausted, and its treasury empty. Even hope, which had once poured so freely, now seemed rationed. The Tsar still sat on his throne, but his empire was slipping through his fingers, and the one substance that had long soothed the nation's pain, vodka, had vanished. For centuries, Russia had survived its hardships the same way it survived its winters, by numbing itself. Vodka had been a national balm, dulling the ache of oppression and the monotony of survival. Without it, the pain returned in full, sharp focus. The people found themselves not inspired by sobriety, but painfully aware of how miserable life truly was. In the countryside, peasants struggled to make sense of a world suddenly deprived of its most familiar comfort. The state's prohibition had shut down the kabaks, leaving the villages strangely silent at night. The absence of singing, of laughter, of drunken arguments spilling into the snow, it unsettled people. Some saw it as an omen. When the Russians stopped drinking, one priest wrote in his diary, the world must be ending. The homemade moonshine trade filled the void, but it came at a cost. Distilling alcohol was illegal, yet almost universal. Potatoes, beets, grain, anything that could ferment was thrown into crude stills in barns and backyards. The result was often lethal. Reports of blindness, madness, and mass poisonings were so common that even the police stopped recording them. "It is better," one officer sighed, to let them drink themselves quietly to death than to arrest half the village. The black market thrived. Soldiers returning from the front smuggled alcohol in their rucksacks. Railway workers siphoned industrial spirits from cargo trains. Pharmacists made fortunes selling cologne and cleaning fluid as medicinal extract. It became a national farce, an empire of improvisation, where everyone pretended to obey and no one actually did. The Tsar's ministers tried to spin the chaos as virtue. Official newspapers published cheery editorials about the noble self-restraint of the Russian people. Pamphlets showed happy families around the dinner table, drinking water and smiling like saints. In truth, there was little to smile about. Bread was scarce, fuel scarcer, and faith scarcer still. In the cities, life had become a slow panic. Petrograd, the Tsar's glittering capital, was now a city of queues. Long lines of women stood in the cold for hours, waiting for bread that never arrived. Soldiers patrolled the streets, though many had stopped taking orders. The city that had once toasted imperial power now whispered about revolution. It was in these final years that the cruel genius of the vodka ban revealed itself. Deprived of their old escape, people turned inward and saw what had always been wrong. The worker who once drank away his anger now spoke of unions and strikes. The peasant who once stumbled home from the Kabak began muttering about land reform. And the soldiers, once pacified with their rationed cups, now grumbled openly about officers and the war's futility. Sobriety, it turned out, was contagious and political. Even the army, that last pillar of imperial strength, was unravelling. Soldiers at the front fought bravely, but their morale was crumbling. Supplies were short, leadership incompetent, and death omnipresent. Letters from home spoke of hunger, riots, and despair. Vodka, once the army's solace, had been replaced by cold tea and sermons on duty. The men were unimpressed. "If God wished us to fight sober," one soldier reportedly said, "he would not have invented winter." As defeats mounted, discipline broke down. Desertions soared. Some soldiers, desperate for courage or comfort, raided local stills. Others brewed their own concoctions from whatever they could find. One regiment near Minsk was said to have mixed gunpowder with spirits for extra strength. The results were, predictably, catastrophic. Yet it was better, they said, than feeling nothing at all. The home front was little better. Families of soldiers starved while landlords hoarded food. Factories struck for better pay, then for peace. The police, long the empire's loyal enforcers, were overwhelmed, outnumbered, and often sympathetic. They too had lost brothers and sons in the war. The old loyalties had dissolved like sugar in tea, leaving only bitterness behind. And through it all, Nicholas II remained serenely out of touch. Convinced that his prohibition was a moral triumph, he saw the growing unrest as evidence of weakness rather than policy failure. His ministers warned him of food riots. He instructed them to pray for patience. When advised to ease the vodka ban for the sake of the treasury, he refused. The people must learn discipline, he insisted. He mistook misery for virtue, a fatal error in any ruler, but especially one whose people were running out of both food and faith. By early 1917, the capital itself was boiling. The queues for bread turned into protests. Protesters turned into mobs. The army, sent to restore order, joined them instead. Soldiers who just months earlier had fired on civilians now marched beside them, shouting the same slogans: "Peace! Bread. Freedom. The Tsar's empire, that vast frozen colossus built on vodka and obedience, began to crumble in days. In the midst of the chaos, one of the strangest ironies of the revolution unfolded. When the imperial palace was finally seized, the first place the crowd headed was not the throne room, but the cellars. For beneath the Winter Palace lay one of the greatest wine collections in Europe, millions of bottles, aging quietly through the war. The people who had been dry for 3 years were about to make up for lost time. What followed was both comic and tragic. Soldiers, workers, and servants smashed through the doors, uncorking vintages meant for emperors. Rivers of champagne, cognac, and vodka flooded the marble floors. The air filled with the scent of centuries-old wine and the laughter of the newly liberated. Some drank until they passed out, others until they drowned. The revolutionaries tried to stop it, even posting armed guards. But the temptation was too great. For weeks, the city reeked of alcohol and smoke. Petrograd had sobered the empire only to drink the monarchy's funeral toast. It was perhaps inevitable. For generations, vodka had been both poison and cure, chain and comfort. The people had suffered too long to quit cleanly. They needed one last drink, one final furious act of rebellion against the centuries that had kept them drunk and docile. By the time the cellars were dry, so was the empire. The Tsar had abdicated. The Romanovs were prisoners. The ancient order that had ruled from the throne and the tavern alike was gone. All that remained was exhaustion, and the faint, bitter aftertaste of history. In the months that followed, the provisional government briefly considered restoring vodka sales to stabilize the economy, but by then it was far too late. The treasury was empty, the people suspicious, and the revolution hungry for bigger changes. When Lenin and the Bolsheviks seized power later that year, they declared that vodka, the drink of oppression, would have no place in the workers' paradise. That, of course, was another illusion. But for now, the people believed it. And so, the empire that had once drowned its sorrows in drink, finally drowned in its own sobriety. Russia had awoken. But it was a painful awakening, full of cold light and the sound of glass breaking. The peasants and soldiers who once toasted the Tsar now stumbled through the ruins of his empire, sober, hungry, and free, or at least free enough to wonder what freedom actually meant. Somewhere in a forgotten tavern, a broken sign still swung in the wind, its paint faded, its barrels empty. The last cabot of the old world. Inside, the ghosts of drinkers past might still be singing softly, songs of warmth, of foolishness, of fleeting joy. And above them, the empire's long shadow finally dissolving, as the sober dawn of revolution crept across the endless, snow-covered land. When the Russian Empire finally collapsed in 1917, it did not go quietly. It went noisily, spectacularly, and with an unmistakable smell of alcohol. For generations, the empire had been soaked in vodka. It ran through the veins of peasants, soldiers, and statesmen alike. And so, it was perhaps fitting that when the revolution came, it burst forth not in parliaments or debating halls, but in wine cellars. The first to fall was the Winter Palace in Petrograd, the grand green-white colossus that had once housed emperors. By the autumn of that year, the Romanovs were gone, the Tsar had abdicated, and the provisional government, desperate and disintegrating, clung to power within those gilded walls. Then came the Bolsheviks, marching under red banners and slogans promising peace, land, and bread. They took the palace with remarkable ease. But what came next was anything but orderly. Deep beneath the marble staircases and chandeliers lay a treasure beyond imagination: the imperial wine cellars. Thousands of bottles of French champagne, German brandy, and the finest Russian vodka rested in silence, guarded by a handful of terrified officials who knew what was coming. Some said the cellars were so vast they could have supplied the entire city for a year. To the people above, who had spent years queuing for bread and drinking boot polish, it was an irresistible paradise. The first looters were soldiers. They broke open the vault doors with rifle butts and axes, and the flood began. Cases of wine were smashed open, bottles passed from hand to hand, corks popping like gunfire. The marble corridors of the Winter Palace, once polished by servants and courtiers, ran slick with alcohol. Revolutionaries who had spent the day toppling governments spent the night collapsing in corridors, toasting the dawn of freedom. Eyewitnesses wrote of scenes both comic and tragic. Some soldiers filled their canteens with champagne and marched away singing the International off-key. Others were found asleep in the snow, clutching half-empty bottles of 1870 Bordeaux. One Bolshevik guard reported finding an entire platoon of his men barricaded inside a wine vault, drunk and armed, convinced they were defending socialism from the counter-revolution. It took 3 days to talk them out. The chaos spread quickly. Word of the Tsar's wine swept through the city like fire. Crowds descended on the palace, breaking into storage rooms, libraries, even the imperial chapel. Petrograd became a festival of intoxication. Barrels were rolled into the streets, fountains of champagne sprayed into the air, and the gutters ran red and gold. The city that had once been paralyzed by sobriety during the Great Dry Law was now deliriously drunk. Lenin, who had spent his life preaching discipline and order, was horrified. To him, alcohol was a relic of the old regime, a tool of the oppressors, a symbol of weakness. He saw the drunken mobs as a threat to the revolution itself. His famous phrase, "Vodka, religion, and the whip, these are the pillars of Tsarism," had become prophetic. Now he feared those same pillars would crush the fragile new world he was trying to build. Orders were issued to seal the wine cellars, but by then the situation was far beyond control. The Red Guard sent to stop the looting often joined it. "It is impossible," one commander admitted, "to guard a cellar while standing on top of it." To restore order, Lenin's government tried increasingly desperate measures. They poured entire barrels of wine into the Neva River, where it mingled with melting snow and blood from the fighting. They smashed bottles by the thousands. At one point, they even sent naval artillery to shell the cellars themselves, literally bombarding alcohol to prevent its consumption. Yet still, the drinking continued. The episode became known, half jokingly and half in horror, as the Battle of the Wine Cellars. For weeks, Petrograd teetered between revolution and intoxication. Shops closed, factories halted, and the streets echoed with drunken singing. Revolutionary committees passed resolutions condemning bourgeois drunkenness, only to adjourn for liquid refreshment. It was as though an entire empire, denied its addiction for 3 long years, had decided to drink itself out of a history. The irony was exquisite and tragic. The Tsars had used vodka to pacify their people. The revolutionaries inherited the hangover. The same drink that had once filled the state's treasury now drained its authority. Lenin, furious, declared war on alcohol itself. He ordered new prohibitions, shut down taverns, and established sobriety patrols to arrest offenders. In practice, it made little difference. Russia was too vast, too weary, and far too thirsty. Outside Petrograd, similar scenes unfolded. In Moscow, looters broke into the Kremlin's ancient wine stores, some dating back to the reign of Ivan the Terrible. In Kiev, soldiers raided monastery cellars, drinking communion wine by the barrel. In the Volga towns, peasants celebrated the Tsar's downfall by reviving their old stills, turning potatoes and rye into a river of moonshine. It seemed that every victory of the revolution was toasted 1,000 times over. And yet, amid the chaos, there was something hauntingly human about it. These were people who had endured war, famine, and tyranny. They had lost sons, husbands, and homes. When the old order finally fell, they reached for the only joy they understood, the same one that had sustained their ancestors through centuries of misery. The wine cellars were not just temptation, they were catharsis. Still, the consequences were grim. Drunken accidents, fires, and shootings became commonplace. Lenin's new regime, barely days old, faced a city dissolving into delirium. Revolutionary newspapers pleaded for restraint. "Comrades, the wine of the Tsars is poisoned. Only discipline can save the revolution." Few believed it. The people had learned too late that the poison was not in the bottles, but in the history they represented. Gradually, through exhaustion more than enforcement, the frenzy faded. The cellars were emptied, the palace looted beyond recognition. The marble floors, once shining, were stained with a century's worth of spilled drink. When order finally returned, Petrograd was quiet again, but changed. The revolution had survived its own intoxication, though only barely. In the years that followed, the Bolsheviks turned abstinence into ideology. Vodka was declared a tool of imperial corruption. Slogans proclaimed, "Down with drunkenness," "Up with labour." The Soviet state would have no kabaks, no toasts to the Tsar, no laughter wasted on luxury. And yet, in time, even the revolution learned what the Tsars once knew, that the Russian soul, left too long without comfort, will find its own. By the 1920s, the new government quietly reintroduced alcohol sales, this time under socialist management. The bottles bore red labels instead of royal crests, but the purpose was the same. The people drank, the state profited, and history, with a weary sigh, repeated itself. Looking back, the wine cellars of the revolution seem almost symbolic, a microcosm of Russia's entire story. An empire collapses, a new world is born, and somewhere in the middle, someone uncorks a bottle. The same passion that topples thrones also empties glasses. It is at once tragic, comic, and deeply human. So when one imagines the Russian Revolution, it is tempting to picture slogans and rifles, Lenin's speeches and crowds in the snow. But just as real, just as revealing, is the image of an unknown soldier in a marble hallway, raising a stolen bottle in the flickering light, toasting to freedom, to hunger, to everything and nothing, and then drinking until he forgets which was which. For in the end, that was Russia's peculiar genius, to turn even the collapse of an empire into one final extravagant toast. The wine cellars were empty, the throne was gone, and the people, for better or worse, were finally awake, sober, trembling, and standing in the ruins of their long, intoxicating past. The empire was gone. The Tsar and his family were prisoners. The palaces that once glowed with chandeliers and laughter stood empty, echoing with wind and memory. Russia had drunk deeply, of vodka, of revolution, of hope, and now came the hangover. The sobering years that followed were not measured in hours, but in decades. The Bolsheviks inherited a nation in ruins. The fields were barren, the cities half-starved, and the people exhausted. Civil war tore the country apart, pitting brother against brother in the name of ideology. Amid this chaos, alcohol returned, cautiously at first, then inevitably. For all the new slogans about purity and discipline, vodka proved harder to defeat than any army. It had survived czars, wars, famines, and now it would survive the revolution. Lenin loathed it. To him, vodka was not merely a drink, but a symbol of everything rotten in the old order: servitude, ignorance, and weakness. The workers' state, he declared, cannot build socialism on drunken feet. Factories were ordered to close their taverns, and the sale of spirits remained strictly controlled. The new Soviet citizen was supposed to be sober, industrious, and rational, an enlightened creature of the future, free from the fog of the past. But reality, as ever, refused to cooperate. After years of war and deprivation, people longed not for ideology, but for comfort. The taverns reappeared under new names: tea houses, canteens, workers' clubs. The drinks were supposedly modest, but the laughter sounded familiar. Vodka returned quietly, first as a whisper, then as a chorus. Even Lenin's own commissars were not immune. One aide complained privately that half his department arrived at meetings smelling of socialism's failure. After Lenin's death in 1924, the new regime under Stalin learned a different lesson. If you can't eliminate vice, nationalize it. By the 1930s, the state had reintroduced legal vodka sales in full, this time stamped with the hammer and sickle. The profits went not to the Tsar's treasury, but to the 5-year plans. Tanks, railways, steel. The logic was the same as ever. The people drank, and the government built. History had come full circle with better propaganda. Stalin, ever pragmatic, understood the psychology of his people. Vodka was not just a drink, it was a ritual of endurance. The worker toasted survival after 12-hour shifts, the soldier toasted victory, and the bureaucrat toasted his own caution. The old toasts to the Tsar had become to Comrade Stalin, but the burn was the same. In the Soviet Union, vodka once again became a national glue, binding the empire together in shared numbness. And yet, beneath the official triumph, the damage lingered. Generations had grown up in the shadow of addiction. Families fractured, productivity faltered, and the myth of the drunken Russian became both a stereotype and a tragic truth. The state alternated between condemnation and exploitation, urging sobriety in speeches while counting on vodka taxes to balance the budget. One might say that the Soviet system, like its imperial predecessor, ran on equal parts ideology and ethanol. During the Second World War, vodka regained its old status as both comfort and courage. Soldiers on the Eastern Front received a daily ration, known affectionately as the Frontovaya 100 gram, 100 grams per man. It steadied nerves, sterilized wounds, and turned fear into laughter. For many, it was the only warmth available. The Red Army advanced westward on bread, bullets, and spirits, leaving behind empty bottles and victory banners. After the war, the Soviet Union rebuilt itself with the same grim determination and the same reliance on the bottle. Factories expanded, cities rose, and vodka flowed through them like a quiet current. Official campaigns against drunkenness came and went, each one collapsing under its own hypocrisy. Khrushchev blamed alcohol for inefficiency. Brezhnev ignored it. Gorbachev, decades later, would declare war on it again, with predictably chaotic results. In 1985, Gorbachev launched his great anti-alcohol campaign, cutting production, raising prices, and bulldozing vineyards. For a moment, it seemed history might repeat itself. And it did. Spectacularly. Within months, moonshining returned on a massive scale. Sugar shortages, corruption, and black markets flourished. The Soviet budget, deprived of alcohol revenue, wobbled dangerously. Just as Nicholas II had learned in 1914, sobriety was ruinous business. By the time the campaign ended, Gorbachev's approval had evaporated faster than cheap spirits in summer. It was a pattern stretching across centuries, moral zeal colliding with economic necessity, idealism drowning in vodka's clear, merciless tide. Tsars, commissars, reformers, all had tried to tame the drink, none succeeded. Each believed they were mastering a social ill, but what they were really confronting was something deeper, a culture shaped by endurance. In a land of long winters, short harvests, and endless burdens, vodka had become not indulgence, but anesthesia. It dulled suffering, filled silence, and turned despair into song. Foreign visitors continued to puzzle over it. Some saw only excess, others a strange poetry. The French writer André Gide, visiting the Soviet Union in the 1930s, remarked that vodka is the one true equality in Russia. It humbles the strong and raises the weak. He was not wrong. Across villages and cities, from the Tsar's courtiers to factory workers, drink had been the one shared experience, uniting a people too divided by everything else. Today, Russia still bears the marks of its centuries-long intoxication. The taverns of the past have become bars and kiosks. The kabaks have turned into kiosks on cold street corners. The laughter is the same, if more weary. The old toast, Na zdorovye, endures, though now it carries the weight of history. What began as a medieval curiosity, a distilled grain spirit brewed in monasteries, had grown into a force that shaped empires. It financed wars, softened rebellions, and numbed centuries of hardship. It united and destroyed, comforted and corrupted. Even revolutions, which sought to destroy everything that came before, could not resist its pull. And yet, for all the tragedy, there is something deeply human in it. The story of Russian vodka is not merely one of vice, but of survival. In the frozen heart of empire, where life was often brutal and joy scarce, a small glass of warmth became a kind of prayer, not to God, not to the Tsar, but to endurance itself. So when history looks back on the empire that fell, perhaps it will remember less the battles and decrees, and more the simple act of a peasant raising a glass by the fire, murmuring a toast to nothing in particular, to health, to peace, to tomorrow. That, in the end, was the spirit that both built and broke the Russian Empire. The hangover of history is a long one. It lingers in memory, in culture, in the quiet resignation of a people who have seen too much. And somewhere in that vast, snow-covered country, as evening settles and frost gathers on the windows, someone still pours a measure of clear spirit, lifts it to the light and whispers the oldest toast of all, to survival. The glass catches the glow of the fire. The air fills with warmth. And for a moment, brief, fragile human, Russia remembers what it means to feel alive. The room is dark, damp, and smaller than a stable. The air smells of soot, sweat, and something vaguely sour, a scent that clings to damp wool and tired skin. You don't remember the moment you're born. No one ever does. But you're told it happened quickly. Your mother screamed, your father paced, and the village midwife muttered prayers over your slippery head as she coaxed you into the world by candlelight. You arrive into a world already claimed by the church. Before your eyes can properly see, before your tiny mouth can form its first blasphemy, the priest is summoned. He's an old man with bowed legs, coarse fingers, and a fondness for ale and authority. He grumbles about the early hour, but arrives anyway, as he always does. Your parents know the rules. Infants must be baptized as soon as possible. The soul, they say, must not spend a single day outside the grace of God. The threat of limbo hangs like fog over the thatched roof. Water is drawn, cold, probably a bit dirty, and the priest traces the sign of the cross on your forehead. He mumbles Latin you don't understand and pours holy water over your scalp. It's more of a splash than a sprinkle. You cry. Everyone relaxes. That's a good sign. The priest declares your soul now belongs to God. Your mother clutches you, exhausted, while your father thanks the priest with a coin he can't afford to give. Just like that, you're no longer simply a child. You're a Catholic. The rite of baptism isn't optional in your world. It is the first ritual in a long string of obligations, the first link in the lifelong chain the church wraps around you, link by link, ceremony by ceremony. Without baptism, you are nothing. Worse than nothing. You are unsaved, unprotected, unacceptable. Should you die unbaptized, even before you've had the chance to sin, you'd be sent to a place neither heaven nor hell. A theological waiting room where souls simply linger. No one understands limbo fully, but everyone fears it. And in a village where death visits often and without warning, from fever, famine, or the wrong mushroom, there's no room for uncertainty. So you're baptized before your mother can even walk across the room. Your soul is washed clean before you ever had the chance to dirty it. They even pick your name from the saint's calendar. You weren't going to be named after your grandfather, no matter what he thought. Your godparents stand behind you during the rite, looking solemn and mildly confused. Their duties are unclear, but spiritually binding. Should your parents die, not unlikely given the mortality statistics, your godparents are expected to raise you in the faith. Not feed you or clothe you necessarily, but make sure you keep going to church. You wonder later in life if they'd have done it. Maybe. If the crops were good that year. As you grow, you notice that the church is not simply part of village life. It is village life. Its bell tolls set the rhythm of your days. Its calendar dictates when you can feast and when you must fast. Its priests are the only literate men in a world where even the local lord signs his name with a shaky X. The church knows what happens to your soul, how to cleanse it, how to charge for the cleansing, and exactly how guilty you ought to feel about everything. The wooden crucifix in your family's cottage looms large. Jesus, nailed, bleeding, sombre, watches your every movement from above the hearth. No one ever explains why the Son of God must always look like he's having a particularly rough afternoon. But the message is clear. Someone suffered for your sins, even if you haven't committed any yet. You learn early that guilt is a kind of inheritance. Like the family goat, it's just handed down whether you want it or not. When you begin to speak, your mother teaches you the Lord's Prayer before she teaches you to count. You learn it by rhythm, not meaning. You mumble it with your hands clasped and your eyes squinting, hoping the effort alone counts. Latin phrases are everywhere, carved into the church walls, muttered by the priest, embroidered into altar cloths. But you don't know what they mean. It's God's language, you're told, which means you're better off not understanding it. The first time you step into the church, you're too young to remember it. Your parents carry you in, freshly baptized, wrapped in linen, a spiritual receipt in your soul. But the first time you really remember going is on a cold morning, when the village fog hangs thick and your stomach is empty. The stone church is cold, the benches are hard, and the priest is somehow both quiet and long-winded. You sit still because you're supposed to, because God is watching, or because your father is. The church itself is the only stone building in the village. It smells of beeswax, mildew, and centuries of whispered fears. There are painted walls you can't read, and wooden statues that seem to stare back. Somewhere near the front, there's a carved scene of the Last Judgment, sinners tumbling into a monstrous mouth full of teeth and fire. You're too young to understand, but not too young to be scared. That's the point. The priest tells your father that fear of hell is healthy for children. It keeps them good. You wonder what kind of child needs nightmares to behave. Then again, you once tried to steal an apple from the Lord's orchard and tripped into the mud before you got 2 steps. Maybe God pushed you. As you begin to age, all of 5 or 6 winters, you start noticing more. The bells that signal Mass, the hush that falls when the priest enters, the way your parents stiffen when his gaze lands on them, the quiet mutter of penance after communion, whispered like someone's trying to fold a secret in half, and always, always the reminder that the church brought you into this world and will be there to usher you out. Even the days of rest are his. Sunday is not for lounging. It's for Mass, for kneeling, for long readings in a language no one in your family speaks. You learn the patterns anyway. When to sit, when to bow, when to look like you're praying, even if you're just wondering what's for supper. A small grumbling part of you wonders why heaven requires so many rehearsals. By the time you're old enough to do chores without supervision, you've already learned that God is everywhere. He's in the storms that drown the barley, in the silence after your mother coughs, and in the eyes of the priest who never blinks long enough. You hear whispers of saints and demons, relics and sins, indulgences and miracles. You don't understand most of it, but you don't question it either. That's what gets people burned. Still, there are moments of comfort. The way candlelight flickers against the stone walls. The soft chant of a hymn you don't know but feel anyway. The smell of bread at Easter Mass. The small mercy of being reminded, once in a while, that not everything sacred is terrifying. Some of it is just quiet, and kind, and warm. But those moments are rare. Most days, the church feels more like a gatekeeper than a shepherd. You were born into its arms, but also its grip. You begin to sense, even as a child, that this isn't a place you enter. It's a place that never leaves you. Baptism may have saved your soul, but it also marked you. A mark that says, you belong to us, forever. And when the priest looks at you during Sunday service, eyes unreadable beneath his drooping brow, you believe it. They say the soul is light as breath. But from the moment yours was dipped in holy water, it's carried a certain weight. Not evil, not cruel, just constant. A low pressure on the chest, a slow whisper in the ear. The church will guide you, judge you, punish you, and praise you, all in equal measure, and all from the moment you entered the world, born with nothing, baptized with water, owned by God. It begins with a mural. You're barely tall enough to see over the pew when your eyes first catch the twisted mass of bodies, flames, and teeth. Painted high on the wall, right above the altar, is a great gaping mouth, open wide, impossibly wide, with jagged yellow fangs stretching into shadows. Inside the mouth are people, hundreds of them, naked, screaming, clutching at each other, tumbling into the throat of a beast you've never seen in nature, but understand instinctively. This is what waits if you misbehave. Welcome to church. You tug on your mother's sleeve. She doesn't look. Everyone's facing forward. The priest's voice drones in Latin, a language that means something to God and absolutely nothing to you. But the painting makes its point without translation. Hell is real. It has a mouth, and you are precisely the right size to fit inside it. From that moment on, you see signs of damnation everywhere, in stone carvings, in stained glass, in wooden statues that seem to glare at you even when your eyes are shut. One particularly horrifying window shows a man being spit roasted by demons, who look as though they're enjoying their work far too much. Another sculpture near the door shows a soul being weighed against a feather, with a scowling devil ready to pounce should things go poorly. You've never felt so heavy in your life. Fear, you quickly learn, is part of the service. Hell isn't just a place, and it's a presence, a looming possibility, a word that makes grown men flinch and children sleep with one eye open. The priest doesn't avoid the subject. In fact, he rather enjoys it. He preaches of it regularly, painting pictures with his voice that rival the frescoes in detail. Fire that doesn't consume, pain that never ends, worms that feast forever. Eternal suffering. All because you coveted your neighbour's goat or rolled your eyes at your mother's stew. You start keeping a mental list of your sins. It grows quickly. The church teaches that even thoughts can condemn you. A wicked idea, no matter how brief or harmless, stains the soul. So when you catch yourself daydreaming during Mass, or muttering under your breath when you're told to scrub the floor again, you panic. You begin to confess things you're not even sure are sins, just to be safe. Once, you admitted to feeling annoyed when your sister chewed too loudly. The priest raised an eyebrow and added an extra prayer, just in case. Children in the village whisper about hell as though it's a neighbour who lives just beyond the woods. They share stories in low voices, of gluttons who are force-fed molten gold, of liars whose tongues are nailed to tables, of thieves who are buried alive in pits of ash. You aren't sure which stories come from Scripture and which from someone's older cousin, but it hardly matters. The images are sticky. They follow you into your sleep. And when you dream of fire. On feast days, mystery plays are performed in the village square. These are supposed to be educational, uplifting even, but somehow they always end with someone being dragged to hell by a man in red robes and a mask with horns. The devil in these plays is often the best actor. He struts, he grins, he sings. He's the only one who seems to be having any fun. Until, of course, he drags a merchant or a wayward nun into a painted pit, and the crowd gasps and clutches their crosses. You do too. Every time. One year, a player collapsed mid-performance. Heat stroke, someone said, and the rumour spread that it was divine punishment. He had mocked the devil too convincingly. The priest didn't confirm or deny it, which, as you've learned, is his favourite way to say yes. The worst part is how normal it all feels after a while. Hell becomes background noise, part of the rhythm of life, like frost in winter or blisters in summer. You accept it the way you accept the Lord's taxes or the smell of damp straw. Of course there's a hell. Of course it's full of flames and teeth and regrets. Of course it's waiting. What else would be at the end of such a hard life? And yet, amid the fear, there's a strange comfort in the certainty of it all. The rules are clear. Obey, confess, tithe, fast, stay in line, keep your soul clean, or at least scrubbed semi-regularly. The path is narrow, the priest says, but it leads to heaven. And if you wander, well, the mouth is still open. You start to notice the economics of damnation. There's a price for nearly everything. Sins can be absolved, time in purgatory shortened, eternal fire postponed, all for the right donation. Indulgences, they're called. Forgiveness, available for purchase. The wealthier villagers clutch parchment certificates, declaring their sins absolved in advance. You've seen one man smile with relief after paying for a sin he hasn't even committed yet. That, you think, is planning ahead. Your family can't afford such luxuries. You give what you can. Eggs, a length of twine, once even your father's belt. The priest accepts each offering with solemn gratitude, then gently remind you that salvation is a lifelong process, not a one-time transaction. You nod, ashamed, and wonder whether anyone in your house has ever truly been forgiven. The fear sharpens with age. As you grow older, you understand more of the sermons, and they only deepen the dread. Eternal torment, outer darkness, wailing and gnashing of teeth. One day you ask your mother what gnashing means. She demonstrates by clenching her jaw and grinding her teeth slowly. You don't ask again. Punishments, you notice, are tailored. The lazy are made to labour forever. The proud are broken, the impure are exposed. Every sin has its poetic inverse. Every weakness becomes a weapon. It's almost elegant, almost beautiful, almost. Even your surroundings seem built to remind you of judgment. Gargoyles leer from the church roof, their twisted faces frozen mid-scream. The stone floor is always just a little too cold. The incense, sweet as it is, masks something older, a scent of wax and bone and centuries of confession. And then there's the painting. Always the painting. No matter where you sit, that mouth is there, waiting. Once, in a moment of rare honesty, you ask your father if he believes in all of it, the fire, the demons, the eternal part. He doesn't answer at first, just stares into the fire. Then he says, "It doesn't matter whether it's real. What matters is that we believe it is." You don't ask again. The priest says that fear is the beginning of wisdom, that hell is a kindness really, a warning, a guide, a motivator, that without it people would sin freely, that with it we can be shaped into holy vessels. You look around at the people in your village, hollow-eyed, bent-backed, praying harder than they speak, and wonder what kind of vessels they've become. There are moments when you feel brave, when the sun is warm and the bread is fresh, and the meadow smells like thyme, when you laugh with your sister or hear bird song echo through the trees. You think, in those moments, that maybe hell isn't real, that maybe it's just a story to keep peasants pliant and children scared, but the feeling never lasts. A sermon, a shadow, a cold gust of wind, and the doubt melts away. You kneel again, you cross yourself again, you whisper your prayers in the dark, careful to include even the small sins, just in case, because hell is a place of fire, because hell is a place of truth, because hell is the one thing you are sure is listening, and if it's not real, well, the fear still works just fine. You learn to give before you learn to speak. It starts with the clink of a coin in a wooden bowl, your mother's hand shaking slightly as she parts with the only spare penny in the cottage. You're too young to understand what the offering is for. You think maybe it's a toll, like the one at the bridge, or payment for using the church's fire. It isn't until years later that someone explains, the church needs it, for candles, for wine, for your soul. Of course, your soul never asked for any of these things, but it's apparently the sort of guest who racks up a bill without mentioning it. Every Sunday, the bowl goes around. Sometimes it's a basket, sometimes a box. It doesn't matter. It comes to you all the same, slow, expectant, quiet as a tax collector with good posture. Everyone sees what you give, and what you don't. The shame of an empty hand, even when your pockets are empty too, is its own kind of punishment. They call it a tithe, a holy duty. 1/10 of everything you have, or as close as you can manage without starving. Livestock, grain, a sack of onions, it all counts. The local reeve keeps track of who's generous and who's merely obedient. Generosity, in this case, is defined by how uncomfortable the donation makes you. If your pantry still looks respectable afterwards, you didn't give enough. You come to understand that poverty doesn't exempt you, it brands you. The poor must give not in abundance, but in proportion to their lack. A rich man who gives a silver coin is admired. A poor man who gives his last turnip is considered saintly. Your family has learned to aim for something in between, respected but not canonized. Saints don't eat very well. The church doesn't just collect tithes, though. There are special contributions, penance payments, alms for the poor, alms for the monks, alms for the poor monks, collections for rebuilding the church roof, collections for painting a new Virgin Mary, collections for cleaning the old Virgin Mary. Every spiritual concern seems to have a matching fee. You suspect someone is keeping a very long tab. It doesn't stop at the doors of the church. When your uncle dies, your family is expected to offer a soul fee, a few coins paid to the priest to ensure his safe passage through purgatory. It's not mandatory, exactly, but no one wants to see what happens to an unpaid soul. The priest's prayers come slower when there's no silver on the altar. Later, when your cousin gets married, there's a fee for that too. A blessing doesn't come cheap. Love may be free, but the sacrament of holy matrimony costs exactly 6pence and a chicken. And then there are indulgences. You hear the word for the first time while eavesdropping on 2 older villagers near the well. They speak of parchment, wax seals, and a promise that sounds too good to be true. Sins forgiven in exchange for coin. It sounds like something a market huckster would shout from behind a cart, but when you ask the priest, he nods solemnly. Yes, he says, the Church, through its infinite mercy, offers forgiveness for donations of sufficient sincerity. And if your sincerity happens to be measured in shillings, well, who are we to question divine arithmetic? Indulgences become a quiet obsession in the village. People speak of them with envy and awe. A neighbour shows off his parchment like it's a relic, a declaration that his recent anger, gluttony, and unspecified travel behaviour are now forgiven. You can't read the Latin, but the seal looks official. He walks taller afterward. Your family cannot afford indulgences, but your father tries once, after a particularly severe illness, one that leaves him pale and shaking for days. He stumbles into the church with half a sack of barley and a carved token meant to resemble St. Cuthbert, though it mostly resembles a badger. The priest is polite. The offering is accepted. Your father says he feels lighter. He doesn't specify whether he means spiritually or because he gave away half his winter storage. You begin to grasp the logic. Guilt is a currency. Fear is an investment. And salvation is not unlike a transaction at the market. Everyone pays. The rich pay visibly. The poor pay painfully. The Church also knows how to sweeten the deal. Once, a friar comes to your village selling relics. A splinter of the true cross, a scrap of the Virgin's veil, a bone that may or may not have belonged to St. Peter's donkey. Each comes with a price. Each promises blessings. People gather to touch them, to kneel, to murmur prayers. One woman weeps openly while holding what she's told is a vial of Christ's breath. You're not sure how one bottles a breath, but no one dares ask. The friar leaves 3 days later with a full satchel and a fresh horse. Even children aren't spared. You're taught from a young age to give what you can. A small coin, a portion of your bread, an hour of labour sweeping the church steps. It's good for your soul, they say. It builds character. And besides, you're lucky. Some children are given to the church, permanently. There's a family in your village who gave up their third son to the monastery. Couldn't feed him, couldn't keep him. Now he's clean, fed, and reportedly very good at Latin. His mother cries every feast day. His father never speaks of it. When you pass the monastery on long walks, you glance at the walls and wonder if he thinks about the fields he left behind. Once, you ask the priest what the church does with all the things it collects. He smiles and gestures vaguely toward heaven. The Lord keeps accounts, he says. You nod, unsure whether that's a metaphor or an administrative procedure. Either way, the ledger seems to grow longer by the day. The church reminds you often that this life is temporary. That comfort now may cost you later. That it is better to suffer in this world than the next. It's a hard thing to hear when your boots are leaking and your stomach groans like a dying cow. But it's also oddly motivating. Misery becomes noble. Hunger becomes holy. And generosity, even if born from fear, is treated like virtue. Still, there are moments when the burden feels absurd, like the time your mother dropped a coin meant for the offering plate and it rolled under the pew. She spent the entire Mass on her knees, not in prayer, but trying to reach it without drawing attention. She got it back eventually. It was given, polished with sleeve, with a trembling hand and an apology. You've never seen her look more devout. or the time a neighbour brought an offering of eggs, only to have one break in the basket. The smell during communion was memorable. The priest insisted it was a lesson in humility. Others suggested the lesson was in reinforcing your baskets. Another time, the village baker attempted to give loaves made from last year's flour. The priest accepted them, but later reminded the congregation that the Lord prefers first fruits. The baker never made that mistake again. His next donation was fresh, soft, and notably missing from the shop shelves. There's humour in all of this, if only because the alternative is weeping. A sort of grim laughter shared among villagers who know the game is rigged but play it anyway. The church is the only path to salvation, and that path is lined with toll booths. You don't complain, you pay, you nod, you hope, because one day it will be your funeral. Your soul will hover, uncertain, and someone will stand at the altar with a coin in hand, a last payment, a final bribe, and you'd like that person to have something to offer, even if it means going hungry now, even if it means handing over your last hen, your last hope, your last bit of pride. Because when heaven's gate is locked, you pray it's not your name that's missing from the guest list, but the donation. And you pray most of all that God accepts credit. You are 7 when you first shuffle into the dark wooden box at the side of the church. You've never been inside it before, but you've seen others go, and you've seen how they emerge after, quiet and small, eyes cast down, sometimes red-eyed, sometimes oddly peaceful. No one explains what you're meant to do, not properly, but it's your turn now, so in you go. The priest's voice seeps through the wooden lattice like wind through a cracked shutter. Speak, my child. You freeze. The silence stretches. Then you mumble something about stealing an egg, even though you're not sure you did. Maybe you thought about it. Or maybe you just watched someone else do it and didn't speak up. Either way, it's the best you've got. He sighs, long and low, and tells you to say 3 paternosters, 2 Ave Marias, and try not to let temptation win next time. You nod, even though he can't see you, and stumble out into the church's main hall, blinking as if you've emerged from a cave. Thus begins a lifetime of confession. You learn quickly that confession isn't just for murderers and thieves. It's for everyone. Everyone sins, even when they don't mean to, even when they don't understand how. You've heard that failing to fast properly on a feast day is a sin. Missing church is a sin. Speaking harshly to your mother is a sin. Thinking lustfully about the thatch roof girl with the crooked teeth might be the worst sin of all. And so you confess, week after week, sometimes with conviction, sometimes with imagination. Your village isn't particularly sinful if you measure it by violence or crime, but by church standards, it's positively writhing with corruption. Old Jorik the Smith grumbles about indulgences again and again, but he still lines up with the rest of you for weekly penance. Ellen, the brewer's daughter, is in there so often you wonder if she rents space in the confessional. You once saw your father walk in looking stern and walk out looking hollow, like something had been wrung out of him behind that little screen. You're not supposed to talk about what's said in there, but everyone gossips anyway, and everyone lies, just a little. No one admits it, of course, but you know it happens. How could it not? Who wants to admit to envying a neighbour's plough? Who wants to say aloud they touched themselves beneath the hay when they were supposed to be hauling water? You once tried to confess a dream. You weren't sure it was a sin, but it felt like one. The priest told you dreams don't count unless you enjoy them too much. You're still not sure what that means. By the time you're old enough to understand Latin phrases and church teachings, at least the ones the priest decides are fit for a peasant's ears, you realise that confession isn't really about telling your sins. It's about feeling them. Regret, shame, guilt. These are the tools with which your soul is chipped into shape. The priest is just the sculptor. Or perhaps more accurately, the man who collects the chisel marks and reports them back to God. The confessional itself becomes oddly comforting. It's one of the few places in your life where you can speak without interruption, without judgment, or so they say. Though you often feel judged by the creak of the bench or the way the priest clears his throat when you admit something mildly scandalous. There was the time you said you harboured dark thoughts about kicking your neighbour's goose. The priest paused so long you thought he might call for backup. You begin to notice patterns. Some sins are met with a gentle nod and a quick penance. Pride, laziness, forgetting to say grace before supper. Others, like envy or impure thoughts, earn a slower voice, a more solemn tone, and sometimes a lecture. Anything to do with lust is treated as though it personally offended the Virgin Mary herself. And then there are the sins you didn't even know were sins until someone else got punished for them. Gossiping during Mass. Using the Lord's name while chasing a runaway pig. Missing a fast day because you didn't know it was a fast day. Each mistake is a reminder. The Church keeps the rule book, and it's updated regularly. Sometimes you run out of things to confess. It's a quiet week. No one's died, no one's fought. You haven't stolen or lusted or lied. And so you start inventing small things. You claim you were impatient with your sister. You muttered something rude about a local monk. Once, you confessed to taking more than your share of pottage, even though you gave half to a dog with sad eyes. Better to confess something than nothing. Better to appear sinful than to risk appearing arrogant. That too is a sin. Over time, your relationship with confession becomes complicated. You wonder how the priest knows what sins are truly worthy of fear and which are merely frowned upon. You wonder what he does with all that knowledge. Does he forget it instantly, wiping it away like dust on a windowsill? Or does he store it, stacking each whispered guilt in neat little piles inside his mind? You know he's just a man. You've seen him nod off during homilies. You've seen his boots patched with leather like everyone else's. Once, you saw him drinking ale behind the sacristy, cheeks pink and eyes glazed, and you wondered if he had someone to confess to. Sometimes the confessional smells of beeswax and incense. Other times it smells of sweat and damp wool. Always it smells like something old and private, like a place too used to secrets. You hear rumours of public confession in bigger towns, of sinners kneeling before whole congregations, sobbing their sins to rows of judgmental eyes. You thank whatever saint looks after small villages that yours doesn't practice such humiliation. Not yet, at least. When you're older, you learn about penance that isn't just prayers. There are stories of men forced to crawl on hands and knees to the altar, of women forbidden from speaking for a week, of entire families made to give up a prized pig to atone for a single misdeed. The weight of sin, it seems, can be measured in livestock as well as sorrow. And yet, despite all this, the shame, the guessing games, the occasional creative embellishments. You keep going. Every week, every season, every year. Because no matter how tiresome it gets, no matter how repetitive or surreal or uncomfortable it feels to murmur a litany of personal failings into the ear of a man who once farted during Vespers, you're afraid not to. Because if you stop confessing, your sins will pile up. And if they pile up too high, they'll drag your soul down. That's what you're told. That's what you believe. And maybe, just maybe, there's comfort in the ritual. In knowing that no matter how muddy your boots, how flawed your thoughts, how foolish your heart, there's always a booth waiting and a man behind a screen who'll offer you a few words, a few prayers, and a chance to try again. Even if you're not sure what you did wrong in the first place. The miracle begins, as many do, with a whisper. You're out mending the fence that barely keeps the goats from eating your neighbour's turnips when word spreads. The statue of the Virgin in the chapel down the road has wept. Not just moisture. Tears. Real tears, they say. Wet, glistening, human tears rolling down her cheek. You pause, squinting into the sun. Is it true? Does it matter? You feel your legs begin to walk before your mind catches up. In a village with few excitements and even fewer diversions, a weeping statue is cause for a pilgrimage, even if that pilgrimage is only half a mile. By the time you arrive, the chapel is crowded. Everyone seems to be leaning inward, craning necks, stepping on each other's toes for a glimpse of the miraculous. The air smells of hay, breath, and incense. Someone's lit a thurible swinging smoke, like it'll help make sense of it all. You can't get close enough to see the tears yourself. A man swears they've dried up. A woman says she saw them with her own eyes, clear as spring water. Someone else says they weren't tears but blood. Another insists it was oil, sweet and fragrant like pressed olives from the Holy Land. The statue just stands there, as stony and unbothered as ever. Still, a miracle is a miracle. Whether you saw it or not hardly matters. The priest is already speaking about how it's a sign, a warning perhaps of sin in the village, or maybe a blessing for the faithful who've remained pure. It depends on the sermon. It always does. Miracles, you find, are rarely convenient things. They tend to arrive when people are already hungry, or tired, or busy. They demand attention, devotion, a bit of coin for the poor box, and sometimes a candle you can barely afford. But no one dares question them aloud. That would be impious, disrespectful, dangerous even. And yet, inside you, the doubt creeps in like a draught through the chapel door. The church has always traded in the wondrous. From saints who levitate to relics that glow, medieval Christendom was built on more than just scripture. It was built on spectacle. In an age where literacy was rare and science was indistinguishable from sorcery, these wonders were not only believed, but expected. You remember your uncle swearing that St. Margaret once helped his cow give birth after a desperate prayer. He said he saw a glowing light in the barn, right above the hay, and then, miracle of miracles, the calf slid out, healthy and bawling. You also remember your uncle was drunk for most of Lent, but even the sober speak of such things, of saints who bled for the sins of others, of monks who healed with a touch, of bones that never decayed. The stories grow with each telling, details added like seasoning to pottage, just enough to make them palatable. You once saw a traveller arrive with a splinter of the true cross. He kept it in a little glass tube, sealed with wax and surrounded by gold filigree. He said it came from Rome, and that the Pope himself had blessed it. For a small donation, you could kiss it and receive a full indulgence from minor sins. A few women wept. One man fainted. You gave 2 pennies and tried not to think too hard about where one might find that many splinters of a single cross. The relic trade is booming, or so they say. Every church wants one. A sliver of bone, a drop of blood, a sandal worn by a saint, a tooth, a finger, even a feather from the angel Gabriel himself. Some relics sit in fine reliquaries of silver and gold. Others are wrapped in cloth and kept in locked boxes, only brought out on feast days. You once queued for 3 hours to see the severed hand of St. Alban. It looked suspiciously like a chicken wing, but no one said so. Miracles, of course, are good for business. They draw crowds. Crowds bring offerings. Offerings mean candles are lit, incense burned, and the coffers of the church jingle with a bit more weight. A weeping statue here, a healing spring there. It all feeds the machine of faith. But there's a deeper reason the church needs miracles. You see, they're proof. Tangible evidence that heaven still watches, still intervenes, still punishes and forgives. For people like you, who live in a world of mud and toil, who bury half their children before they can walk, who bleed and sweat and break, miracles are hope. Shaky, flickering hope, like the flame of a votive candle in a wind-blown chapel. And so you learn not to ask questions. Not out loud, not in front of the priest. Certainly not near the bishop. You nod solemnly when a tale is told. You make the sign of the cross. You whisper your prayer. And if your eyes drift to the statue's dry cheeks, and your mind wonders whether it ever truly wept, you scold yourself and look away. Sometimes, at night, you stare at the ceiling of your hovel and think about St. Cuthbert, who was said to have turned back the sea with his staff, or St. Julian, who cured a man of leprosy with a kiss. You think about the girl from 2 villages over who claimed the Virgin appeared to her in the forest and gave her a silver coin. You think about whether it matters if the stories are true, if the results are the same. Because faith, you learn, is a kind of bargain. You give your trust, your labour, your coin, your children. In return, the church gives you meaning, structure, a path to heaven, and the occasional miracle to reassure you that it's all real, that your suffering isn't wasted, that someone, somewhere, sees you. Once, during a particularly bad year, the crops rotted, the rain came late, and your cousin died of something that made his skin blacken. You saw another miracle, or thought you did. A bird flew into the chapel during Mass, circled the altar, and then vanished. Vanished, not out the window or through the door, but right in mid-air. That's what you told yourself. That's what others said too. The priest claimed it was a sign from God. A good one, he said, and then he asked for donations. You gave a copper penny and a sideways glance. Later, while hauling water, you confessed to your neighbour that you weren't sure the bird vanished. Maybe it had flown into the rafters. Maybe you were imagining things. He didn't respond. Just gave you a look. A very particular look. And you realised it was better to keep such thoughts to yourself. Not long after, that same neighbour came down with a fever. His wife swore she saw St. Michael standing at the foot of his bed, sword drawn. He recovered. Slowly, but he recovered. Another miracle. You didn't say a word. Because in the end, doubt is a quiet thing. It doesn't shout, doesn't argue. It just sits beside you, unnoticed by most, like a tired dog at your feet. You may not feed it, but it's always there. And so you live with miracles. You nod and bow and cross yourself when they happen. You light your candles. You touch the relics. You listen to the tales of weeping statues, glowing bones, and saints who walk among the barley fields in the moonlight. You believe mostly. Enough to get by. Enough to sleep at night. Because even if the miracles are false, the hope they offer is real. And that, you think, might be miracle enough. You don't remember deciding to give your child to the church. Not exactly. There wasn't a moment with trumpets and candles where you handed him over like a loaf of bread on the altar. It was slower than that. Like water creeping through a crack in the wall, it just happened. The idea was planted early, when he was still small enough to sleep on your chest. Such a good child, the priest said one day. So quiet, so obedient. A soul like that would do well in God's house. You nodded, unsure what he meant. But the seed was sown. By the time your boy was old enough to feed chickens and trip over his own feet in the fields, the whispers were louder. "You've too many mouths," the neighbour said, not unkindly. "And the monastery needs novices." It was framed as kindness, as opportunity. One less child to clothe. One more soul aimed at heaven. A chance for him to rise above the muck. So you agreed. You said yes without ever really thinking no was an option. The day he left was overcast. Not dramatically, not like a storybook. Just grey. You dressed him in his best tunic, such as it was, and tried not to cry as you tied the belt. He asked if he'd be allowed to keep his wooden toy, the one you carved for him last Yule. You said no, the monks didn't allow toys. He nodded and looked down at the floor. The priest came for him at dawn. He smiled broad and warm, like this was a wedding instead of a goodbye. Your son walked beside him, small and silent, clutching a sack of bread and your wife's handkerchief. You told yourself it was the right thing. You told yourself it was God's will. You told yourself again and again that he would have a better life than you ever could. But it didn't feel like a blessing. It felt like loss. In the monastery, he would rise before the sun. He would chant psalms in a language he didn't understand, eat in silence, and sleep on hard boards with no fire. He would scrub floors, copy texts, and learn to fear sin in 50 new forms. If he was lucky, he'd become a monk. If not, he'd serve until his back broke and his hands curled with age, and then be buried beneath cold stone. You weren't allowed to visit. The church said detachment was holy. That love must be surrendered, like everything else. So you stayed away. But at night, when the wind howled through the cracks in your cottage, you whispered his name. You wondered if he was warm, if he missed your cooking, poor as it was, if he still remembered the lullaby your wife sang when the snow came early. Sometimes, late at night, you wonder what he dreams about now. Does he remember the village square, the feel of bare feet on packed earth, the sting of a switch when he teased the chickens? Or are his dreams filled with Latin verse and the echo of cloisters, dreams shaped by walls too smooth to climb and rules too numerous to question? In the early weeks after he leaves, you half expect to hear his voice outside the door, to see him running across the field, arms flailing, wild-eyed with regret. But it never happens. The church does not return what it claims. It sanctifies, isolates, and reforms. You've seen it before. Boys who left laughing come back years later, with flat voices and downcast eyes. their fingers moving unconsciously over rosary beads, as if afraid to forget. And there's something else that gnaws at you, deep in the marrow of your days. The sense that this wasn't truly your choice, that perhaps it never was. When the priest speaks, you nod. When he smiles, you agree. When he invokes God's will, you lower your gaze and fold your hands. Because the church doesn't need to force you with whips. It only needs to make you believe that saying no would be a sin. You begin to understand, in the quiet hours, how deeply this power runs. It's not just in the altar or the sermon. It's in the silence of every parent who lets go. It's in the hollow space at your table where a child used to sit and no one dares speak their name. It's in the way your wife folds that one extra tunic and then tucks it away, even though no one will wear it again. The priest visits a week later, smiling as always, speaking softly about God's mercy and how well your son has settled in. A natural, he says, obedient, curious. He seems pleased, as if he's just acquired a new goat with excellent temperament. You nod and murmur a blessing, and pretend it's enough. But a small part of you wants to ask, does he cry? Does he ask about us? Does he wish he'd said goodbye? Instead you offer bread. Thin, crusty, inadequate. The priest takes it without hesitation. That too is the way of things. Seasons pass. Your son's absence becomes part of the rhythm. At times you almost forget what his voice sounded like. Then you'll hear his younger brother mutter something in the same cadence, and your chest will tighten for reasons you don't explain. The village moves on. Another child is given over to the church. This one from the miller's family. A girl this time. People talk. Some say it's a blessing. Others, in hushed tones, say it's convenient. The line between faith and desperation is not always so easy to spot when both wear the same vestments. You sometimes wonder if the saints ever miss their families, or if sainthood requires forgetting where you came from. And then, years later, perhaps 5, perhaps 10, a monk returns to bless the fields. He walks slowly with purpose, a man clearly not made for mud, but determined to walk through it anyway. You recognize the curve of his jaw, the set of his shoulders. But his voice is strange. It rolls like scripture, not like story. He speaks of God's bounty and the price of sin, and you listen, but your mind keeps wandering to a scar on his wrist. You know that scar? You remember when he got it climbing the old tree near the pond. He doesn't acknowledge you. He probably doesn't even know who you are. Or maybe he does, and that's worse. The church says it gave him a life of meaning. You gave him to the church, and neither of you will say aloud what was taken. In time, you stop praying that he'll return. Instead, you pray he's warm. You pray he's safe. You pray that when he lights a candle in the chapel, a small part of the flame remembers your hearth. Because no matter what they say about piety, obedience, and the glory of sacrifice, the truth is simpler and quieter. You loved your child. You still do. And even if you would make the same choice again, that doesn't make the ache go away. That is the miracle the church never mentions. Not weeping statues or glowing relics, but the quiet, stubborn love of a peasant who gave up his child and still prays for him in the dark. And despite all the incense, all the scripture, all the ritual and stone, that love might be the most sacred thing you ever held. The sun still rises, but it's no longer the clock you follow. Its path means less to you than the rhythm of bells from the chapel tower, the scent of incense drifting over furrowed fields, and the slow, inevitable crawl of feast days, fasts, and holy weeks that wrap around your life like ivy on stone. You don't think in seasons anymore. You think in liturgical colours. Time, for you, is not marked by the tilt of the earth or the smell of the soil, but by the church's wheel. Advent, Epiphany, Lent, Eastertide, Pentecost, ordinary time, though nothing ever feels very ordinary. It begins when you're small. You learn your numbers by counting the weeks until Christmas. You track the year not by birthdays. Peasant children don't really have those, but by when the priest changes his robes from purple to white to green. Your mother prepares for holidays by hoarding eggs and stretching flour, not because of the equinox, but because the calendar says it's time for joy or penance. Every day is named for something: a martyr who was boiled, a saint who stared at a wall for 20 years, or a virgin who sang hymns until she was set on fire. You know these names by ear, not by book. You can't read, but you know when St. Swithin's Day has come, because that's when the sky opens up and doesn't stop raining for a month. Some days you're allowed meat, others only fish. Sometimes even fish is banned, and you chew hard bread with the reverence normally reserved for relics. If you forget which day is which, someone will remind you, often loudly and with great enthusiasm. Lent is the worst. 40 days of fasting, fainting, and finding new ways to hate salted turnips. The church calls it purification. You call it involuntary gardening. No meat, no dairy, no fun. You learn to loathe the smell of leeks and the sound of your own stomach. Still, you keep the fast. Everyone does. Because if you break it and word gets out, the priest might withhold absolution. And if you die without that, well, that's a one-way trip to eternal roastings, complete with pitchforks and screaming angels who are having a very bad day. Easter follows, exploding with roasted lamb, laughter, and the sweet taste of actual fat. You pretend the hunger was worth it. You smile and sing hymns, even though your jaw still aches from gnawing dried peas for a month. Then comes ordinary time, though there's nothing particularly ordinary about it. It's just what the church calls the long, saint-stuffed stretch between major seasons. There's always a new martyr to honour, a new relic to kiss, or a new processional banner to accidentally trip over. The church gives you purpose, structure. You don't need a clock when you have bells. Morning Mass, midday Angelus, Vespers, Compline. Your body learns to move in rhythm with the chime. You wake, you work, you pray, you sleep, not because the sun tells you to, but because the bell insists. Even the land obeys. The fields are blessed before planting, cursed by hail in midsummer, and reclaimed by saints in the fall. You sow when the calendar says you may. You reap before Michaelmas, because that's when the archangel walks the fields, and it's considered rude to interrupt him. Your village square isn't marked by market stalls or fountains. It's marked by the church, squat, looming, always damp, with its cracked bell and ever-burning votive smoke that clings to your clothes even outside the chapel. Inside that church, the year lives in colour and cloth, embroidered banners, fading frescoes, and holy days painted on the walls. The calendar is everywhere, etched in glass, carved in wood, stitched into the priest's alb. You kneel beside your neighbours, whispering psalms, uncertain whether the words are Latin or just very confident mumbling. You know when to bow, when to cross yourself, when to fake a cough during a long homily. The feast days are the closest thing you get to a holiday. On St. Martin's Day, you roast a goose. On Candlemas, you light a taper and hope your house doesn't catch fire. On St. Agnes's Eve, the girls place bread under their pillows, hoping to dream of their future husbands, though the results are usually disappointing and a bit damp. And then come the processions. Long, muddy walks behind a statue of the Virgin, or a suspiciously heavy box that supposedly contains a saint's toenail. You march barefoot, holding a candle that drips onto your wrists, singing the same song for the 10th time, because no one dares stop until the priest does. Sometimes it rains. Sometimes the relic falls. Once it caught fire. No one blamed the saint, of course. Only the boy carrying it. He still limps. Marriages are timed by the calendar. Certain weeks are banned. Too sacred for dancing. You were married the week after Whitsun, because it was the only time left that year not already occupied by penance or plagues. Even death obeys the calendar. Funerals must be approved. There are days too holy for mourning. Your uncle died on Corpus Christi, and the priest insisted on waiting until Friday to bury him, claiming it was what God wanted. The smell suggested otherwise. Then there are the minor feasts, the ones so obscure they border on surreal. St. Bega's Day, the patron of cold hands. St. Fiacre's Day, protector of hemorrhoids. You celebrate them all because it's not worth arguing, and because the villagers enjoy any excuse to light a candle and eat pie. You live like this because it's safer. To ignore the calendar is to risk your soul. To forget a fast is to risk a scolding. To celebrate on the wrong day is to invite whispered rumours and suspicious glances. The priest claims the calendar brings order. You suppose he's right. Without it, your life would just be mud, hunger, and the occasional bout of shingles. At least now it's holy mud, sanctified hunger, shingles with a feast day. Still, sometimes, on the quiet days, the ones with no saints, no bells, no masses, you feel something strange, a flicker of thought, like a mouse skittering behind your ribs. What would life be like without this calendar? Without this sacred scaffolding? You never let that thought finish. Instead, you rise with the bell, kneel with the crowd, fast when commanded, feast when allowed, because your hours aren't yours. They belong to the saints, to the sacristy, and to the old man who rings the bell, even when no one asks him to. And in the stillness of Vespers, as the smoke curls toward the rafters, and your stomach reminds you it's another fast day, you hope, quietly and obediently, that it's enough. You try, you really do. You rise with the bells, you bow at the altar, you kneel when told and mumble through Latin prayers you don't understand but dare not skip. You cross yourself before meals, after sneezes, and once after a particularly upsetting dream involving Sister Agnes and a very large goat. You are, by all local accounts, a well-behaved Christian peasant. And yet, somehow, you're still doing it wrong. It turns out that following the church isn't about obedience. It's about interpretation. And unfortunately for you, interpretations shift. One day, it's fine to eat eggs during Lent if they've been boiled by your neighbour. The next day, that's heresy, and you're now spiritually adjacent to a leper. You are, in essence, playing a game of eternal salvation where the rules change halfway through, and no one tells you. You remember being young, maybe 10 or 11, when you first noticed the discrepancy. Father Odo preached a homily about the importance of silent prayer. 2 weeks later, Father Elric visited from the abbey and barked at the entire congregation for not praying aloud. He called your village spiritually stagnant and left in a huff. The next day, Father Odo sheepishly explained that we were now to murmur just enough for God to hear, but not enough to distract the saints. That kind of guidance is less than helpful. The Church's position on sin isn't exactly a stationary target either. For most of your life, drinking ale was considered a necessary part of peasant survival. Ale was liquid bread, safer than water, and a minor comfort in a cold, uncaring world. But then came a travelling friar who declared that your daily pint was a gateway to gluttony, and that laughter during meals was a form of pride. Pride, as you well know, leads directly to damnation. So now you sip ale with a frown, and try not to chuckle when your cousin Gervais drops his spoon into the stew pot again. Even your thoughts aren't safe. At first, sin was action-based. Don't steal, don't lie, don't stab your neighbour even if he's really quite stab-worthy. Then came the idea of intentionality. Now, it's not just what you do, it's what you meant to do. That snide thought you had about the bishop's new hat. Sin. That moment of envy when a neighbouring villager's pig gave birth to 7 piglets and yours only managed 2. Also sin. You begin to suspect that your brain is working against your soul. You confess these things, of course, weekly, if not more. But even that process has grown complicated. Some priests ask probing questions, others nod silently, as if reading your sins telepathically through the screen. One priest asked you to confess in order of severity. Another preferred alphabetical. One even told you that sins committed in dreams still counted, which led to an uncomfortable discussion involving Sister Agnes again and a rather unfortunate butter churn. And then there's the matter of indulgences. At first, indulgences were a relief. You could pay a little coin, or donate a chicken, and receive spiritual credit, like tipping your way out of purgatory. But over time, indulgences became a sort of ecclesiastical marketplace. The Church offered them for pilgrimages, for relic donations, even for attending specific masses. You begin to wonder if heaven has a point system, and if so, whether you've accidentally joined the wrong rewards club. What worse is that different priests tell different stories. Some say purgatory is like a long, smoky waiting room. Others say it's worse than hell because you know relief is coming, just not when. You once asked how long a single sin could trap you there. The priest answered, 1,000 years, maybe more, maybe less. God's time is not our time. Comforting. Your neighbour, old Ethelred, swears he knew a man who returned from the dead after 10 days in purgatory. He came back with a message. Don't eat cheese on Wednesdays. That was it, just that. The priest refused to validate this vision, but now no one eats cheese midweek. You don't either, just in case. The Church also seems to rotate its focus every few years. For a while, gluttony was the enemy. Then it was vanity. Cue a rash of sermon-fueled mirror smashing. Then envy, sloth, and finally wrath. You actually liked wrath sermons? They felt oddly cathartic. But now the priests seem to be circling back to gluttony again, and you're starting to feel personally targeted. Occasionally, the higher-ups host councils, enormous meetings where bishops debate the mysteries of heaven with the enthusiasm of men fighting over spoiled milk. After each council, new decrees trickle down. Suddenly, One type of bread is holier than another. Incense must swing left to right now. Saint Philomena is no longer a saint. The fasting hours change again. Every donation, every whispered prayer over a coin dropped into a wooden cup, feeds into this cycle. The church collects, builds, and then guards its treasures jealously behind thick stone walls. These structures, adorned with gold leaf and intricate sculptures, become symbols of divine favour. Yet as you watch from afar, you realise that the very splendour is also a chain, binding the common folk to a system that values wealth and obedience over genuine fellowship. Sometimes you wonder if the church builds these monuments not solely to honour God, but to keep the people in line. A towering cathedral, majestic and inaccessible, reminds you that while you may work the land and pay your tithe, you are forever a subject, not of a king, but of an institution, one that, for all its miracles, remains distant and unyielding. You see it in the way the priest speaks, his voice calm and measured, as though every word is designed to reassure those who dare not dream of more. And yet, there is a strange comfort in the tradition. The church calendar marks the days in a way that creates order out of chaos. Even if its grand monuments are forever beyond your grasp, the structure it provides is a constant in a world full of uncertainty. You know when Lent begins. You know exactly how many days until Easter. You understand the solemn importance of feast days, even if you cannot partake fully because your stomach is too often empty. The rhythm of sacred time is as real to you as the changing of the seasons, though it obeys a different logic. You attend Mass, not just for salvation, but for the assurance that time is on your side. The bell tolls, and its sound is a reminder that you belong to something larger, that though your coin is small, it is part of a grand, unending ledger that stretches into eternity. The church builds its monuments not only on stone and gold, but on the invisible architecture of belief, the trust that even the smallest offering matters. In your daily life, you see the contrast. You're often in the fields from dawn until dusk, your hands calloused and your face weathered by sun and wind. And yet, each Sunday, you walk the short distance to the chapel, your few coins held tightly in your hand, ready to be offered. You understand that your labour and your money build not just your own sustenance, but contribute to the eternal. It is a bittersweet bargain. You give, and in return, you receive nothing tangible in your lifetime. The grand structures of the church rise far above you, their doors sealed to all but the highest ranks, while you continue to live under the same open sky. The vast looming cathedrals that you see in distant towns are both a promise and a prison. They promise a connection to something divine, a glimpse of everlasting glory. Yet they remain locked behind doors that never swing open for you. The church's monuments are built with funds collected from every village, every peasant's meagre coin offering, and every whispered prayer of hope. But they are reserved for the pious elite, the crowned, the noble, or those whose names are etched in hallowed records. And so, while you contribute every Sunday, your place in those grand halls is never assured. You learn as you grow that the calendar is sacrosanct. It is not nature's measure, but the church's design. The cycle of feasts and fasts, of holy days and penitential seasons, governs your life more surely than the rising and setting of the sun. Even if the sun still climbs the sky each day, your true measure of time is the liturgy. Advent brings the promise of a Saviour. Lent brings the pang of sacrifice. And Easter, even if you can hardly taste the sweetness behind the bitterness of your daily bread, brings a renewal that you cling to with desperate hope. The calendar defines fate. It dictates when you can enjoy a simple meal, when you must endure more arduous fasting, and when you are permitted to celebrate, however briefly. It also decides how you contribute to the church's coffers. Your every coin, your every scrap of extra food, collected day after day, eventually forms the foundation of something grand and unreachable. The grand cathedrals, the imposing chapels, the glittering relics in sealed boxes. They are all constructed from the humble offerings of peasants like you. And though these monuments are splendid to behold, they remain forever out of reach for you. You see their towering spires from afar, hear their bells ringing in distant towns, and marvel at the intricate stonework that tells stories of saints and sinners. But you know that the church, despite building these heavens on earth, will never allow you to step inside them. They are symbols of divine favour, of the wealth and power that separates the few from the many. Your donations, though given with trembling hands and a hopeful heart, are like water in a sieve, passing through and building walls that you may only see but never cross. In the quiet moments between work and prayer, you sometimes wonder about the price of faith. It is measured not in pounds or pence, but in the sacrifice of that which is most dear to you. Your child, your labour, your very hope. And yet you persevere, because there is no other way to live. To give is to belong to something greater than yourself, even if that something is as remote and as cold as the vaulted ceiling of a cathedral in a distant city. In the end, your life is marked by this perpetual exchange. Every coin you donate, every tithe you scrape together, contributes to the church's vast, unyielding construction, a reminder of both their benevolence and their distance. You give out of necessity and duty, with a quiet resignation that your contribution is significant only in the eyes of those who build and not of those who labour. And so, each Sunday, you walk the familiar path to the chapel, your head bowed, your hands clasped, knowing full well that the calendar dictates not the cycle of the seasons alone, but the measure of your life. The church's grand monuments may never open their doors to you, but they continue to rise, testament to a belief that, for all its promise of salvation, remains forever out of reach for the common soul. It begins with a cough. Not much at first, just a dry rattle in your chest that doesn't go away. Maybe it's the cold stone floor or the damp straw mattress. Maybe it's just age, finally creeping into your ribs. Either way, you start coughing more often and longer, until it wakes your wife, until the children listen at the door, until the priest is called. He doesn't say you're dying, not outright. He calls it the season of reflection, which is a church word for get your soul in order. You lie on your bed, thin as a spindle and twice as brittle. The thatch roof above you leaks in 3 places, but no one bothers to patch it now. Rainwater beads on the edge of your wooden bowl, collecting in time with the drip behind your left shoulder. There's no fire. You're too weak to gather wood, and no one wants to leave your side. Not when the coughing's grown that deep. Your wife, who once carried 2 buckets up the hill without pausing, now holds your hand like it's made of glass. Your son kneels by the bed, lips moving soundlessly through a prayer he learned by rote, too young to understand and too scared not to say it. The priest arrives at dusk. He smells of wet wool and candle smoke, and his face has the soft exhaustion of someone who's seen too many last breaths this week. He lights a small taper and places it beside you. The candlelight flickers against the wall, dancing across the soot stains and cobwebs like a final benediction. It's time for the last rites. He begins with the litany of saints. You try to mouth the names, but your tongue doesn't keep up. Augustine, Benedict, Agnes, Lawrence, Cecilia. You recognize them like distant cousins at a feast. Vaguely familiar, deeply out of reach. He anoints your forehead, your hands, your chest. The oil smells like bitter herbs. He murmurs Latin words meant to open the gates of heaven. You focus hard, hoping God is listening, and that he's not in one of his more vengeful moods. Outside, the village goes on. A cow moans somewhere. A child cries. Someone's hammering a cartwheel with unnecessary enthusiasm. Life continues just far enough away that it hurts. The priest offers you a crucifix. You clutch it like a lifeline, knuckles white against the worn wood. You've touched this shape 1,000 times. In church, in prayer, in fear. Now you cling to it as if it might drag your soul upward through sheer familiarity. He whispers a final blessing and closes his book. There's nothing more he can do. And now, you wait. You'd think dying would be dramatic. Trumpets of the soul. Angel choirs. Something to mark the moment. But really, it's just more silence. A long, slow quiet that settles over your bones like dust. You drift. Memories rise like smoke. You see your mother lighting a candle on All Saints' Day. You see your child's baptism. The priest fumbling the holy water while your baby wailed like a war horn. You see yourself years ago, standing barefoot in the mud outside the church, staring up at the stained glass window of Christ in judgment, wondering whether you'd be found wanting. You think of sins, not the grand ones. You've never killed, never blasphemed, out loud, never stolen anything worth locking away. But still, they add up. The lie you told about your neighbour's barley yield, the meat you ate during Lent, just once, but greedily. The thoughts you had during sermons when your mind wandered somewhere it shouldn't. You confess them. You think. Most of them. Probably. You think of purgatory. A place between places. A long hall of smoke and regret where your soul gets scrubbed like laundry before it can meet the divine. Some say it lasts days. Some say centuries. One man claimed to have returned from it, just briefly, and said it smelled like burning hair and wet stone. You hope he was exaggerating. Your wife presses a cloth to your forehead. It's damp. Her hand lingers a moment too long. Not because she's trying to comfort you, but because she's afraid to let go. The priest steps outside to tell the village. You hear his voice, low and practiced, saying words you can't quite catch. You know the ritual by heart anyway. Someone will toll the bell. The women will begin baking the burial loaves. A grave will be dug, not too deep. The ground is hard this time of year. There will be a mass, maybe 2, if your wife can afford the second. Your name will be said aloud, then folded into silence. A life summarized in 4 syllables and 1 candle. If you're lucky, someone will remember to light another for your soul next year. You wonder what death looks like. The church says it's a passage, like stepping through a veil. There's judgment, of course. A great book. A balance. St. Peter, possibly, though no one's quite sure what he actually does. You imagine your soul as a flickering wisp, standing in line behind 1,000 others, all waiting to be sorted like sacks of barley. What if you don't make it? What if the weight of your sins, however small, tips the scales the wrong way? What if your final confession wasn't complete? What if you died thinking of the wrong thing? They say your last thought matters, that whatever fills your heart in that final breath echoes into eternity. You try to think of Christ, of mercy, of golden gates and angels with wings made of light, but it's hard. Your thoughts keep drifting to your wife's face, to the warmth of her hand, to the way the fire crackles when she's not watching it. You hope that counts. A chicken clucks outside. Somewhere in the village, someone laughs. Not cruelly, just the normal sound of someone living. You wonder if they'll quiet down when they hear the bell. You wonder if they'll stop for a moment, say a prayer, or if they'll just keep walking, kicking dust and muttering about the weather. The church says you are not gone, just past, that prayers can still help you, that masses can still reach you, that the living owe the dead a duty. You hope that's true, because otherwise it's just dirt. Your final moment doesn't come with fanfare. There's no light, no trumpet, no angel. Just breathe, then no breath. A silence that deepens. The priest will return soon. He'll close your eyes, even if they're already shut. He'll cover your body with a cloth and begin the prayers of commendation. Go forth, O Christian soul, he will say, and everyone will nod, as if they understand where you're going. Your family will cry. Not all at once, some tears are delayed. Your youngest might not cry until the burial, when they see the hole in the earth. You'll be buried with a cross, a simple wooden one. There's no money for stone. Maybe someone will mark it with a name, maybe just a carved X. In time, grass will grow over it. Children will run across the hill. Some might step right over you without knowing. You don't mind, because deep down, you've done what you could. You lived quietly. You obeyed the bells. You feared the right things. You hoped, even when it felt silly, that it all meant something. And in your final moment, when everything else fell away, you held the cross and whispered the only words you knew for sure. Have mercy. You could say that after the First World War, Germany wasn't so much a country as a sigh. It was exhausted. Physically, morally, spiritually, and economically. The war that was supposed to make Germany great had instead dismantled everything that made it feel human. 2 million dead, millions more wounded or haunted by memories they couldn't explain, and a nation stripped of its empire and its pride. When the guns finally went silent in 1918, it wasn't peace that followed, it was weariness, a deep, bone-soaked fatigue that no amount of sleep could cure. The Kaiser was gone, the monarchy dissolved, and democracy arrived like an unexpected guest. Nobody quite sure whether to offer it tea or show it the door. This was the Weimar Republic, born out of necessity rather than enthusiasm. It tried to modernize Germany, to drag it from imperial grandeur into something more parliamentary. But democracy doesn't feed people, and the new republic soon found itself presiding over economic chaos so absurd it bordered on tragicomedy. Reparations from the Treaty of Versailles demanded billions in gold marks. Money Germany simply didn't have. The government's solution was ingenious in its simplicity: print more. By 1923, printing presses were running around the clock, turning forests into banknotes faster than citizens could spend them. The result was a kind of financial theatre. Children played with stacks of worthless money like building blocks, and families hauled wages home in wheelbarrows. By the time you reached the bakery, the price of bread had doubled again. It wasn't just inflation, it was farce performed on a national scale. When a society can no longer trust its money, it starts looking elsewhere for something real, something that works, something that feels alive. For many Germans, that something became chemistry. If politics and faith had failed, perhaps science could succeed. The country that had once prided itself on Goethe and Beethoven now placed its faith in laboratory glassware and powdered miracles. Pharmaceutical giants like Bayer, Merck and Temmler flourished. Germany's chemists were world-class. Men in spotless white coats who believed that human misery could be measured, refined and cured. They gave the world aspirin, morphine, and less nobly, heroin, which was marketed, without irony, as a cough suppressant for children. There was a pill or tonic for everything: nerves, appetite, fatigue, melancholy. Germans didn't just want to live again, they wanted to live efficiently. It was in many ways the first modern society of burnout. Cities buzzed with electric trams and typewriters, but the people running them were running on fumes. The war had changed the rhythm of life, faster, harder, more mechanical, and peace brought no rest, only anxiety. Sleep became a luxury. People worked long hours in unstable jobs, political violence simmered in the streets, and there was a creeping sense that the country itself was staying awake on borrowed time. To be tired in Weimar Germany was normal. To feel nothing at all was worse. And so, citizens sought little ways to lift themselves. A tonic here? A stimulant there? A chemical push to make another bleak morning bearable. The 1920s are often remembered for cabaret, jazz, and smoky Berlin nightclubs where anything went. That image is true but incomplete. The decadence wasn't joy. It was defiance, an attempt to dance away despair. In those same clubs, behind the glitter and feathers, one could find the quiet hum of addiction beginning to spread. Doctors prescribed stimulants freely. Pharmacies sold them openly. Amphetamines, cocaine, morphine, each promised alertness, clarity, even courage. And people wanted courage more than anything. The German spirit had been broken, and if a little white pill could make it stand upright again, who was going to argue? There's a certain dark humour in how civilized it all looked. The same society that once worshipped discipline and order now relied on chemical shortcuts to feel in control. Housewives took nerve tonics. Students downed pep tablets before exams. Factory workers used stimulants to stay awake through double shifts. Even chocolate wasn't safe. Some brands quietly laced with small doses of methamphetamine, marketed as energy chocolate. A spoonful of sugar may help the medicine go down, but in Germany, the medicine helped the sugar go up. Doctors and scientists called it progress. After all, the modern world was demanding. Why not modern solutions? Fatigue, sadness, and fear were no longer seen as human conditions, but as inefficiencies, flaws in the machinery of the self. If chemistry could fix a broken machine, it could fix a broken man. The logic was intoxicating. Germany's greatest export wasn't coal or steel anymore. It was faith in scientific salvation. But beneath the optimism, the nation was unravelling. By 1929, the American stock market crashed, and with it went Germany's fragile recovery. Loans from Wall Street dried up, factories closed, and unemployment soared past 6 million. For a country already fraying at the edges, it was the final insult. Breadlines grew longer, tempers shorter, and democracy, that delicate experiment, began to look less like hope and more like a joke. People wanted strength again, clarity, certainty, purpose. And in the background, waiting patiently, was a man with all three, or at least the performance of them. Adolf Hitler entered this weary world not as a monster, but as a remedy. He spoke with the energy of a man who had never known fatigue, every word charged, every gesture deliberate. He promised renewal, order, and pride. He talked of purity, of health, of moral strength. He condemned weakness in all forms, alcohol, tobacco, degeneracy, and preached a vision of Germany reborn as a nation of clean living and iron will. It was, in retrospect, the perfect sales pitch to a country quietly addicted to staying awake. A sleep-deprived people rarely question a man who offers them dreams. In the cafes and factories, life continued to stumble forward. People still took their tonics, still queued for bread, still read the headlines with the dull resignation of those who have seen too much. Yet something was shifting, an impatience beneath the exhaustion. The idea that human beings could be improved, perfected even, took hold. Science had become ideology. Efficiency became morality. The German body was to be optimized, stronger, faster, tireless. And if that required chemical help, so be it. The pill bottle replaced the prayer book. By the early 1930s, the Weimar Republic was a nation of contradictions. Brilliant yet broken, creative yet chaotic. Berlin glowed with art and decadence, while rural towns starved. The people were clever, cynical, and restless. The more the Republic tried to move forward, the more it wobbled like a man walking home after too many stimulants. And into that wobble stepped the Nazi Party, promising balance. Hitler didn't invent Germany's need for energy, he inherited it. What he and his inner circle would do, however, was weaponize it. For now, though, the story remains one of quiet desperation. Before the uniforms, before the rallies, before the chemical warfare of Blitzkrieg, there was simply a tired country trying to stay awake. The pharmacists of Berlin and Munich may not have known it, but they were already shaping the next war in powder form. Every prescription filled for nervous exhaustion, every amphetamine sold for alertness, was a small rehearsal for the industrial madness to come. Looking back, it's remarkable how normal it all seemed. A woman takes her tonic before cleaning. A clerk swallows a tablet before work. A soldier keeps a few pills in his pocket from his last posting. Nobody thinks of it as addiction. It's just modern life. But the 20th century had quietly discovered something ancient, that power and escape often come from the same bottle. As the 1930s dawned, Germany remained caught between collapse and resurrection. The sleepless nation searched for meaning in machines, medicine, and men who claimed to have all the answers. When Hitler finally took power in 1933, the country he inherited was already conditioned to believe that every weakness could be cured by ideology, by technology, or failing that, by chemistry. And so the stage was set. A society exhausted by war and humbled by failure would soon rebuild itself into one of the most terrifying engines of the modern age. An engine fueled, quite literally, by stimulants. The tired nation was about to wake up, but not in the way it hoped. Before the world saw tanks rolling through Europe, before soldiers marched for days without rest, before Hitler's doctor filled his veins with exotic concoctions, there was this moment, quiet, uneasy, half asleep. Germany, the insomniac of Europe, staring at its own reflection in the mirror of science and mistaking it for salvation. It's a strange kind of tragedy, really. A people who longed for rest instead found momentum, and once set in motion they couldn't stop. Perhaps that's the cruelest irony of all, that the pursuit of endless energy ends, inevitably, in collapse. And when it did, the crash was not just chemical, it was historical, and the world would still be feeling its tremors long after the last pill had dissolved. If the 19th century was the age of industry, the 20th began as the age of chemistry, and nowhere more so than in Germany. By the 1930s, the nation's laboratories had become cathedrals of progress, glass-walled temples where scientists performed miracles in white coats. Chemistry was not just a science here, it was an identity. The country that had given the world aspirin, morphine, and synthetic dyes took enormous pride in its ability to turn misery into molecules. And after the First World War, misery was abundant. German pharmaceutical companies, Bayer, Merck, and Temmler among them, had survived defeat better than most industries. While factories lay in ruins, the chemists kept working. They were the high priests of recovery, offering solutions not in speeches or policies, but in powders and tablets. Science, after all, didn't lose wars. Politicians did. If the politicians couldn't restore Germany's strength, perhaps chemistry could. By the late 1930s, the country's pharmacies were stocked with bottled optimism. There were tonics for the nerves, stimulants for fatigue, and sedatives for the unfortunate moments when the stimulants worked too well. The modern German household had a small cabinet of miracles, and one of the most popular of them all came in a neat white tablet called Pervitin. Developed by Temmler Works in 1937, it was pure methamphetamine, though no one used such an ugly word. The advertisements made it sound positively wholesome. Housewives were shown beaming as they cleaned, students smiling serenely as they studied, and office workers tackling mountains of paperwork with superhuman grace. Pervitin, energy for living, the slogan proclaimed. The nation listened, and it worked, spectacularly so. A single dose banished fatigue, sharpened concentration, and created a sense of invincible clarity. People stayed awake for hours, even days, without feeling tired. Housewives swore by it. Bus drivers adored it. Students couldn't imagine exams without it. It was, in essence, bottled confidence. Modern, scientific, and perfectly legal. Germany had discovered how to outwit exhaustion, and it was delighted. No one thought to question it. The country was obsessed with productivity, and Pervitin was productivity in pill form. It was German efficiency condensed into chemistry, precise, fast-acting, and utterly logical. Why waste time sleeping when a tablet could keep you marching forward? The side effects, irritability, palpitations, the occasional hallucination, were quietly ignored. Progress has never been particularly good at reading warning labels. When Hitler came to power, he inherited this culture of chemical enthusiasm. The new regime adored anything that promised discipline, energy, and control over the body. The Nazis preached purity, but worshipped performance. Hitler himself avoided alcohol and cigarettes, but he had no objection to a scientifically engineered miracle of endurance. Fatigue, after all, was weakness, and weakness was un-German. In his vision of a perfect nation, there was no room for rest. The partnership between state and science deepened rapidly. The chemical conglomerate IG Farben, already a titan of industry, became the beating heart of Nazi economic strategy. It produced everything from fuel to fertilizer, rubber to nerve gas, and of course, pharmaceuticals. Laboratories that once made aspirin now produced military stimulants. The line between pharmacy and factory blurred completely. Chemistry became politics by other means. It was during the rearmament years that Temler's little white tablet found a new calling. Military doctors, intrigued by reports of its effects, began to test Pervitin on soldiers. The results were impressive. Soldiers marched longer, shot straighter, and didn't seem to mind the cold or the dark. One doctor wrote that the drug created a state of joyful alertness. Another called it the ideal combat aid. Within months, Pervitin went from pharmacy shelves to field rations. During the invasion of Poland in 1939, and later in France, German soldiers swallowed millions of tablets. The official army term was stimulant for sustained performance, which sounds suitably bureaucratic for what was essentially state-sponsored drug use. Commanders praised the results. Troops stayed awake for 3 days straight, covering vast distances in record time. Tanks advanced through the tight. Pilots flew mission after mission with unblinking focus. The Blitzkrieg, lightning war, wasn't just a tactic. It was chemistry in motion. But behind the victories lay a growing cost. When the pills wore off, the soldiers crashed spectacularly. Some collapsed mid-march, shaking and incoherent. Others became paranoid or violent. Still, the orders kept coming. Fatigue was weakness, and the German army had no patience for weakness. By 1940, over 35 million Pervitin tablets had been distributed across the front. Entire division marched on methamphetamine, their triumphs measured in sleepless days. The drug didn't just fuel the army, it became its rhythm. Back home, civilians continued their own quiet addictions. Nurses took Pervitin to endure hospital shifts, clerks to survive deadlines, mothers to juggle impossible chores. Even the chocolate industry got involved, producing Pervitin pralines, little sweets laced with methamphetamine, sold under the slogan "for the busy and tired." It was the perfect snack for a society that refused to slow down. Germany had become a nation of insomniacs, proud of it. The hypocrisy was extraordinary. Nazi propaganda praised the virtues of purity, moderation, and natural strength, all while the country was chemically propped up. But it fit the regime's logic. Control, not comfort, was the goal. Drugs didn't undermine that control, they enforced it. A stimulant that kept workers awake and soldiers obedient was not a vice. It was a civic duty. The Führer's dream of a tireless, disciplined nation had come true, thanks to chemistry. Meanwhile, the scientists themselves basked in the glow of national importance. Their laboratories, once modest operations, now ran day and night under military contracts. They were celebrated as heroes of modern Germany, men who could turn formulas into victory. Few seemed to wonder where all this was heading. The same researchers who perfected Pervitin were soon experimenting with other compounds. Stronger stimulants, experimental tranquilizers, and more sinister applications. In a totalitarian state, Science rarely stays neutral for long. By the dawn of the 1940s, Germany had achieved something remarkable. It had replaced rest with chemistry. The nation's energy was artificial but convincing, its confidence pharmacological. Soldiers fought without sleep, workers toiled without pause, and the entire society moved to the tempo of a pill. To outside observers, it looked like efficiency. To historians, it looks like mania. The myth of German discipline was, in part, a hallucination, a meth-fueled mirage that couldn't last. In a sense, Pervitin was the perfect metaphor for Nazi Germany itself. Bold, fast, aggressive, and ultimately self-destructive. The drug suppressed doubt, dulled compassion, and replaced reflection with motion. For a regime built on speed and domination, it was ideal. But like all stimulants, the high came with a crash. The same chemistry that powered early victories would later feed paranoia, exhaustion, and collapse. The empire of energy was built on borrowed time. Still, in those early years, few could see the danger. In the glow of apparent success, the pills kept coming, the factories kept humming, and the scientists kept promising that the future could be engineered molecule by molecule. Germany had discovered how to stay awake indefinitely. What it hadn't learned was how to rest. In the end, that may be the truest lesson of this chemical age, that a nation can run on speed for only so long before it forgets what it's running from. For Germany, the answer would arrive soon enough. When the empire built on sleepless ambition finally collapsed into the exhaustion it had spent so long trying to escape. When Adolf Hitler came to power in 1933, he didn't just inherit a broken country, he inherited a tired one. 15 years of humiliation, inflation, and instability had left the German spirit exhausted. What he offered was not simply politics, but adrenaline, the promise of energy, unity, and purpose. He told people they were not weak, merely misunderstood. And in a nation addicted to stimulants and slogans, that sounded like medicine. Hitler himself was a curious study in contradictions. Publicly, he presented the image of perfect control, a man of will, discipline, and moral clarity. He neither smoked nor drank, and his vegetarianism was advertised as proof of spiritual purity. His followers described him as a model of self-restraint, the living embodiment of the Nazi ideal. Yet the man who preached purity would soon become the most medically dependent leader in modern history, a walking laboratory of injections, tonics, and chemical illusions. When he first took power, though, Hitler's energy seemed almost supernatural. He worked late into the night, dictated speeches for hours, and remembered minute details from endless meetings. His inner circle called it the will of the Führer. In truth, it was obsession dressed as stamina. Even before the drugs entered the picture, he was powered by something dangerously close to mania, the kind of restless determination that mistakes exhaustion for virtue. He believed sleep was weakness, that history rewarded only the tireless. His Germany would reflect that belief all too literally. The early years of Nazi rule were an exercise in controlled frenzy. The economy was reorganized, industry nationalized, and dissent systematically erased. Everything, from farming to filmmaking, became part of a single machine geared toward motion. The propaganda ministry called it the National Awakening, which was an apt phrase. The entire country was being kept awake, not only by speeches and parades, but increasingly by chemistry. The same laboratories that produced everyday pharmaceuticals now supplied the state with what it called performance aids. The phrase was intentionally vague. It sounded respectable. It meant drugs. Meanwhile, Hitler's personal life was taken over by his doctor, Theodor Morell, a man described by one aide as half genius, half fraud, and entirely unappetizing. Morell was round, perspiring, and unfashionably fond of garlic pills, but he possessed what every dictator craves: absolute access. He became Hitler's constant companion, administering vitamins, hormones, and eventually narcotics. The Führer's day began and ended with injections, first for energy, later for pain, and eventually for everything in between. He would tell his subordinates that he didn't believe in illness. His veins, meanwhile, told a different story. At first, the relationship seemed harmless. Morell's concoctions, labelled with names like Vitamultin and Hormeton, were advertised as natural supplements. But they contained ingredients far from natural: amphetamines, barbiturates, and traces of cocaine. Morell's records read like a chemist's diary of obsession. Liver extracts, testosterone, glucose, methamphetamine, eucadol, a strong morphine derivative. He mixed and injected with cheerful confidence, always assuring Hitler that the results were marvellous. And to be fair, at first they were. The Führer's energy returned, his mood brightened, and his sense of invincibility soared. Morell called it therapy. History would call it dependency. Hitler's obsession with control extended to his body. He saw himself as the vessel of the German will, and therefore it had to function perfectly. When fatigue crept in, he demanded chemical solutions. When stomach cramps plagued him, Morell injected new formulas. When his eyesight dimmed, there were special drops. His physician once remarked that the Führer's body was treated like a machine with replaceable parts. The irony, of course, is that machines eventually wear out, especially when they run without pause. As the 1930s progressed, the regime's obsession with vitality became national doctrine. Posters showed muscular, glowing citizens under slogans like "Health is Duty" and "Germany lives in you." The Hitler Youth were drilled not just in loyalty, but in exercise routines and hygiene practices. Illness was seen as a moral failure. The state organised mass physical exams, diet programs, and medical campaigns. Yet beneath this surface of health culture, the population quietly relied on stimulants to maintain the pace. The contradiction was striking. A nation preaching natural strength, powered by pills. Hitler's relationship with drugs mirrored his relationship with power: absolute, consuming, and self-destructive. The more he relied on them, the less he could function without them. His confidence swelled with each injection, and so did his paranoia. He became convinced that betrayal lurked in every corner, that generals plotted against him, that destiny itself could be bullied into obedience. The drugs didn't create his delusions, but they certainly made them louder. They blurred the line between inspiration and hallucination, until even he could no longer tell the difference. Meanwhile, the rest of Germany followed the example, knowingly or not. The national work culture became one long experiment in endurance. Factories ran day and night. Workers survived on stimulants and slogans. The rhetoric of unceasing effort took on a strangely literal tone. Fatigue was treated not as a symptom, but as sabotage. Sleep was an indulgence. The army, the government, and the populace all mirrored their leader: driven, restless, increasingly detached from reality. As war approached, Hitler's belief in his own destiny grew almost mystical. He told visitors he was guided by providence, that his instincts were infallible. In truth, those instincts were being chemically curated by a man with a syringe. When plans succeeded, he credited fate. When they failed, he blamed everyone else. Morel kept the syringes coming, and Hitler kept making decisions that would doom millions. It was a partnership built on delusion. The doctor convinced he was saving his patient, and the patient convinced he was saving the world. By the outbreak of the Second World War, Hitler was no longer the disciplined ascetic of early Nazi propaganda. His hands trembled slightly, his mood swung violently, and he lived in a fog of injections and stimulants. Yet the myth of the tireless leader persisted. Films and newsreels showed him striding purposefully through corridors, inspecting troops, shaking hands. No one saw the small glass vials lined neatly in his office, or the doctor hovering discreetly behind the camera's edge. The public saw vitality. The reality was dependence. It's tempting to view this as poetic justice, the dictator undone by his own chemistry. But it's darker than that. Hitler's personal addiction mirrored the moral addiction of his nation. The craving for strength, the denial of weakness, the refusal to rest. The same illusion that drove him drove Germany. That endless motion could replace reflection, that willpower could conquer reality. In both cases, the crash was inevitable. By the early 1940s, Hitler's body was deteriorating, though few dared say so aloud. His once steady voice quivered, his step faltered. Morel increased the doses, adding new compounds, desperate to maintain the illusion of vitality. The Führer's skin turned pale and clammy. His stomach rebelled, his nerves frayed, but he refused to stop. "The German people must never see me weak," he told Morel. And so the injections continued. The man who promised to make Germany great again had become a prisoner of his own laboratory. Power had consumed him as thoroughly as the drugs coursing through his veins. The myth of the tireless leader was sustained by syringes, and every drop brought him closer to collapse. Yet to the end, he believed himself unstoppable. That was the cruel genius of his addiction. It looked like strength until it killed him. And so the Reich marched forward, led by a man running on fumes, commanding an empire running on pills. The illusion of control remained intact, for now. But like every stimulant high, it would end the same way, with a crash so vast it would shake the world awake. In the early days of the Second World War, the German army developed a peculiar advantage, one that didn't appear on any map or strategy paper. It wasn't superior tanks, or brilliant tactics, or even morale. It was a small white pill distributed in tins and ration kits, stamped with the tidy word Pervitin. The soldiers called them pilot's chocolate, alertness tablets, or simply the good stuff. Their officers called them efficient. Historians looking back might call them what they were, methamphetamine. The German military didn't stumble upon this by accident. By 1939, the Wehrmacht had been quietly studying the drug for over a year. Reports from early trials were ecstatic. Soldiers on Pervitin could march for days without rest, eat less, and still maintain focus. They were cheerful, fearless, and perhaps most importantly, obedient. It was a chemical dream come true for a regime built on discipline and denial. Fatigue was no longer a problem. Chemistry had solved it. When the war began with the invasion of Poland, the results seemed miraculous. The Blitzkrieg, literally lightning war, shocked the world. German forces advanced with astonishing speed, cutting through enemy lines like a blade through wet paper. They moved day and night, tanks rolling endlessly, infantry keeping pace as if powered by something more than will, which of course they were. In one 1940 report, an army doctor noted that Pervitin allowed soldiers to march 36 hours without fatigue and with high morale. That's the official version of events. The unofficial one is less tidy. Men began hallucinating, trembling, and collapsing from exhaustion once the effects wore off. A few simply dropped dead from heart failure. But those details were inconvenient. Success has a way of muting caution. Germany was winning, and the pills were declared indispensable. To understand how widespread it became, imagine a modern army where caffeine is replaced with crystal meth. Between 1939 and 1940, over 35 million tablets of Pervitin were issued to troops. Tank crews kept boxes of it in their kits. Luftwaffe pilots carried it in their pockets. Even dispatch riders and telegraph operators used it to stay alert during the endless nights of war. One officer famously wrote home, "We have been marching for 3 days, and we are still fresh." The pills are wonderful. He didn't mention that by the 4th day, some of his men were hallucinating enemy tanks in the trees. It wasn't just the front lines. The home front hummed with its own chemical rhythm. Workers in munitions factories took Pervitin to endure 14-hour shifts. Nurses used it to survive relentless hospital nights. Students, clerks, and mothers, everyone seemed to find a reason to take the little white tablets. In a country obsessed with order and endurance, Pervitin became a quiet necessity. It was sold freely in pharmacies, advertised with cheerful slogans about vitality and modern living. "Stay alert! Stay strong!" The posters might as well have said, "Stay awake until the empire collapses." The Nazi command structure adored the stuff. General Heinz Guderian, architect of the Blitzkrieg, demanded that his troops be always on the move, always alert. Pervitin made that possible. He once remarked that his soldiers could sleep after victory. It's difficult to know whether he was joking. Many never got the chance. Doctors and psychologists within the military began to worry. Reports surfaced of troops becoming irritable, erratic, or outright delusional after days of sleepless fighting. Some soldiers fired at shadows, others fell asleep standing up once the drug wore off. Still, High Command insisted the benefits outweighed the risks. In the logic of total war, alertness was worth more than sanity. Besides, who wanted to be the one to tell the Führer that his unstoppable army needed a nap? Pervitin became a symbol of German efficiency, as much a part of the war machine as steel and petrol. It was cheap, easy to produce, and perfectly aligned with Nazi ideology. Control the body, control the will, control the outcome. In propaganda films, soldiers were shown storming through mud and smoke, eyes blazing, teeth gritted, images of unstoppable human machinery. What audiences didn't know was that much of that energy came from a laboratory in Berlin, not from the human spirit. Even the Luftwaffe, the pride of the Reich, ran on stimulants. Pilots flying bombing missions over Britain in 1940 were given Pervitin before takeoff. They could remain awake for 50 hours or more, their minds sharp, their reflexes quick. Until, of course, they weren't. pilots crashed from exhaustion as often as from enemy fire. When doctors warned of the danger, they were told to adjust the dosage, not the policy. Germany's air superiority depended quite literally on sleeplessness. On the ground, the stories were surreal. Infantrymen marching across France described a sense of floating, as if they were observing their own bodies from outside. One private later recalled feeling as if God himself was walking beside me. It sounds poetic until you realise he hadn't eaten or slept for 3 days. Another soldier wrote home that Pervitin made him fearless. "I can hear bullets, but they sound far away," he said. It was bravery of a sort, chemically assisted and tragically temporary. The irony was rich. The same regime that preached racial purity and moral discipline was quietly addicted to synthetic narcotics. Hitler railed against alcohol and tobacco, yet his soldiers fought on methamphetamine. Nazi propaganda films celebrated the wholesome vigour of German youth, while the chemical factories of Temla churned out millions of doses of dependence. Germany's triumphs were, quite literally, drug-fueled hallucinations of strength. Not that the Allies were completely sober, of course. British and American pilots would later take Benzedrine and early amphetamine to stay awake during missions. But no nation embraced pharmacology quite like Germany. It wasn't a supplement, it was strategy. Blitzkrieg wasn't merely about tactics, fast tanks, coordinated assaults. It was about speed itself, the idea that momentum could crush the enemy before thought caught up. Methamphetamine turned that philosophy into physiology. The army became a single sleepless organism, racing through Europe faster than anyone could comprehend. Temla Works, delighted by the demand, expanded production at an industrial pace. By 1941, the company was manufacturing methamphetamine on a scale never seen before. It was a triumph of German chemistry, though not the sort they'd boast about after the war. The firm's advertisement still claimed that Pervitin promoted cheerfulness and alertness, as though world conquest were just an ambitious workday. Of course, there were limits. By 1942, the side effects were too visible to ignore. Soldiers became addicted, unpredictable, sometimes violent. Doctors began reporting cases of psychosis, cardiac arrest, and total mental collapse. The Wehrmacht issued new regulations, limiting use to essential missions. In practice, that meant everyone kept using it, but pretended otherwise. You can't turn off a dependency once it's built into the system. For the soldiers themselves, the pills were both salvation and curse. They allowed them to endure the unendurable, cold, hunger, fear, but at the cost of something human. The stimulant stripped away fatigue, yes, but also empathy and restraint. Men who had been ordinary citizens months earlier found themselves capable of extraordinary cruelty. War already dehumanizes. Methamphetamine simply accelerated the process. By the time the tide began to turn against Germany, the chemical advantage had become a liability. Sleep-deprived soldiers made poor decisions. Their bodies, worn thin, began to fail. Some officers compared their units to burned-out engines, but by then the habit was too deeply ingrained. The army that had conquered Europe in a sleepless haze now found itself staggering, exhausted, and dependent. The crash, when it came, was monumental. Looking back, it's hard not to see Pervitin as the perfect emblem of Nazi Germany. Dazzling at first, destructive in the end. a chemical illusion of invincibility that mirrored the ideology it served. Confident, ruthless, and entirely unsustainable. Blitzkrieg, for all its terrifying brilliance, was never just a military strategy. It was a chemical one. And like every high, it couldn't last. The euphoria faded, the exhaustion returned, and the dream of endless conquest dissolved into withdrawal. The empire built on speed was about to slow, and no pill could keep it awake forever. By the time the war reached its height, Adolf Hitler had transformed from a fiery orator into a medical mystery, a man kept upright by a needle. Every morning, as his staff stood nervously at attention, his personal physician, Dr. Theodor Morell, arrived carrying a black leather case that clinked faintly with bottles and syringes. Inside that case was the Führer's secret fuel, a chemical cocktail more complicated than most battlefield strategies. Morell was an odd sight at court. Plump, perspiring, and perpetually reeking of antiseptic and garlic. He looked less like a doctor to a dictator, and more like a man who'd wandered in from the back of a pharmacy. Hitler's inner circle loathed him. Goebbels called him the Reich's most repulsive man. Goering, who knew a thing or two about addiction, sneered that Morell would one day poison us all. But Hitler adored him. To the Führer, Morell was a genius, the only man who truly understood his body. It was, in hindsight, the most dangerous compliment imaginable. When Hitler first summoned Morell in 1936, he was suffering from stomach cramps, headaches, and chronic fatigue, ailments that might have benefited from rest and vegetables. Instead, he received jabs of what Morell called vitamini, a concoction of vitamins, glucose, and liver extract. The results seemed miraculous. Within hours, Hitler felt rejuvenated, declaring Morell a miracle worker. The doctor was promptly installed at the heart of the regime, complete with office space, private quarters, and access no one else enjoyed. From that point on, the injections became ritual. Every morning, before meetings, speeches, or military briefings, Morell would mix a fresh syringe of energizing compounds. At first, it was mild, vitamin blends, caffeine, and glucose. But as the years passed and the pressures of war mounted, the recipes grew stronger. By 1941, Hitler was receiving daily doses of Eucadol, a powerful opiate derived from morphine. Added to that were methamphetamine, barbiturates, steroids, testosterone, and sometimes cocaine eye drops for good measure. It was less medicine and more alchemy. Hitler insisted he felt wonderful. He described his injections as natural and dismissed critics as jealous or weak. Yet to those around him, the change was unmistakable. His moods swung wildly. His eyes dilated unnaturally. His hands began to tremble, first slightly, then continuously. His appetite vanished, replaced by jittery bursts of energy. In one moment he would pace the room, speaking with manic conviction about destiny and providence. In the next, he would slump in silence, staring at nothing. Morell would appear, whispering reassurances, and another injection would follow. Within minutes, the Führer was revived. It was an extraordinary display of chemistry masquerading as willpower. The absurdity of it all would be funny if it weren't so catastrophic. The man who preached purity to an entire nation, who outlawed alcohol, banned smoking in public offices, and condemned degenerate habits, was himself a walking pharmacy. While the public was lectured on discipline and health, their leader was running on amphetamines and opiates. The hypocrisy was almost artistic. Morell documented everything. His medical notes, later discovered after the war, read like a diary of chemical dependency. Morning injection, strong effect, improved mood. Evening injection, Eucadal plus Pervitin, patient talkative, excited. Midnight injection, condition agitated, administered sedative. There were hundreds of entries like it. Hitler's veins had become the front lines of his own private war. One fought between exhaustion and euphoria. Members of the High Command began to notice the difference. His briefings grew erratic. He interrupted generals, shouted over maps, and made decisions that defied logic. When advised to rest, he exploded in anger. "The Führer does not rest," he shouted once, slamming his fist so hard that it startled his staff into silence. In truth, he hadn't truly rested in years. Morel saw to that. There's an eerie intimacy to their relationship. Morel wasn't just a doctor. He was a gatekeeper. He controlled access to Hitler, and, increasingly, to Hitler's mind. Whenever the Führer fell into despair or physical collapse, Morel alone was allowed near him. He'd prepare an injection, murmur assurances, and within moments the great man was back on his feet, raving about victory and destiny. To everyone else, it seemed miraculous. In reality, it was chemistry at work. The regime's energy, quite literally, came through a syringe. Some of Hitler's aides suspected the truth, but dared not speak it aloud. In 1943, one officer secretly arranged for one of Morel's syringes to be analysed by another physician. The report came back alarming. Traces of methamphetamine, cocaine derivatives, and opiates. When the officer hesitated to confront the Führer, his colleague muttered, "Would you tell God he has a drug problem?" The matter was quietly dropped. Meanwhile, Morel's influence grew. He prescribed treatments not only for Hitler, but for senior officers and their families. His injections became a sort of political currency. To be seen receiving the Führer's doctor's formula was a mark of favour. Some even believed the shots carried spiritual strength, as if Morel's syringes dispensed fragments of divine will. It would be comical if it weren't so chilling. By 1944, the effects were impossible to ignore. Hitler's health was deteriorating rapidly. His skin turned greyish, his gait stiff and shuffling, his digestion erratic. He suffered tremors in his left hand that he tried to conceal by clasping it behind his back. Morel responded the only way he knew how, with more injections. The doses increased, the frequency doubled. Each new drug was meant to offset the side effects of the last. It was a grim sort of equilibrium, like a man balancing on the edge of collapse by adding more weight. Still, Hitler's faith in Morel never wavered. "He keeps me fit," he told visiting officials, though by then fit was a generous description. During one briefing in late 1944, a general noted that Hitler's pupils were so dilated they seemed almost black. "He looked at me," the general later recalled, "and I felt as though he was staring through me, not at me." The Führer's famous charisma had become a kind of chemical glare. Outside the bunker walls, the war was collapsing. The once unstoppable army was retreating. The Luftwaffe was grounded. Cities lay in ruins. But inside, Hitler spoke with the same feverish certainty as ever. The injections sustained the illusion that victory was still possible. Each morning, Morel prepared his syringe, Hitler rolled up his sleeve, and the theatre of confidence resumed. Reality no longer entered in conversation. To his subordinates, the Führer seemed increasingly detached from the physical world. He issued impossible orders, dismissed bad news as sabotage, and spoke of miracle weapons and final triumphs. His speeches, once commanding, became rambling and repetitive. Between injections, he would slump in exhaustion, sweating and pale, only to revive again in manic bursts. It was the rise and fall of a man who believed himself invincible, measured now in milliliters of morphine. When Allied forces closed in on Berlin in 1945, Hitler's body was failing faster than his empire. His digestive system had all but shut down. His hands shook uncontrollably. Morel tried new mixtures, desperate to keep him functional. But the magic was gone. Even Hitler, who had once sworn by his doctor's brilliance, began to lose faith. In one of their final encounters, he snapped at Morel, accusing him of incompetence. "You've made me a cripple," he shouted. For once, he wasn't entirely wrong. Soon after, Morel was dismissed and fled Berlin, leaving behind the medical files that would later expose the extent of his work. Hitler spent his final weeks in the bunker, trembling, paranoid, and without his chemical crutch. The withdrawal was brutal. He was no longer the tireless visionary of Nazi propaganda, but a frail, grey figure. The perfect symbol of a regime addicted to its own illusions. In the end, the man who once promised to build a new world could not even sustain his own body. His empire collapsed as he did, jittering, trembling, and hollowed out. The myth of strength had always been synthetic, and when the injection stopped, both man and myth dissolved together. By the middle of the war, Germany's armies weren't so much marching across Europe as vibrating through it. The soldiers had become living extensions of the country's obsession with endurance, mechanical, restless, and utterly dependent on the chemistry that kept them from collapsing. Sleep, that ancient human need, had become a kind of enemy. Rest was for civilians, or worse, for the defeated. The German soldier was expected to be tireless, and thanks to a small white tablet, he almost was. At first, it all seemed so efficient. Pervitin, methamphetamine by another, friendlier name, had worked wonders during the early Blitzkrieg campaigns. Tanks advanced through the night, pilots flew for days, and troops covered impossible distances without rest. They felt invincible, as though the human body had finally caught up with the machine age. Commanders praised their iron discipline, though much of it was chemical rather than moral. The soldiers themselves had little reason to complain. In their pockets, the tablets offered confidence in pill form. No fear, no fatigue, no hesitation. But like all miracles, it didn't last. After the initial euphoria came the crash, and it came hard. Once the effects wore off, men fell asleep where they stood, sometimes mid-step. Others became paranoid, jumpy, convinced that unseen enemies were whispering in the dark. The body, it turns out, has limits, and no ideology, not even one with swastikas on it, can override biology forever. Still, the orders were clear. The advance must continue. If men collapsed, others took their place, tablets at the ready. It was war waged at double speed, with double the casualties. Letters home from the front reveal a strange duality. Soldiers wrote that they felt fresh and strong, as though they could go on forever. And yet many described an emptiness behind the energy, a sense of moving without meaning. One wrote, "I no longer feel fear or pity, only movement." Another confessed that after 4 sleepless days, I saw faces in the trees, and they spoke to me. Yet even as these symptoms grew, the distribution of pervitin continued. The army couldn't afford sentiment, only stamina. In 1940, German doctors issued over 35 million tablets to soldiers during the invasion of France alone. Some regiments were so dependent that officers requested emergency resupply when shipments ran low, as if the drug were ammunition. In one infamous episode, a commander halted his unit not because of enemy fire, but because his men had run out of pills and were falling asleep en masse. The soldiers called Peasant Stücke chocolate after the dive bombers that screamed through the skies, because it gave them that same dizzying rush before the inevitable drop. As the war spread east into the vastness of the Soviet Union, the chemical dependency deepened. The Eastern Front was a nightmare of mud, cold, and endless marching. Sleep was a luxury no one could afford. Soldiers swallowed Pervitin like breath mints to keep moving. They fought battles half dreaming, their nerves shredded, their tempers explosive. Some officers noticed an increase in reckless behaviour. Attacks launched without orders, gunfire at imaginary foes. The drug that made the army unstoppable was also making it unhinged. The Wehrmacht's medical corps began to take notice. Reports arrived describing soldiers with trembling hands, violent mood swings, or total collapse. Military doctors warned that the stimulant caused temporary psychosis and dangerous delusions. The warnings were duly filed, stamped, and ignored. In a system that prized victory above humanity, there was no room for moderation. When one general asked whether the pills were harmful, a staff officer shrugged and said, "So is war." The Luftwaffe too was flying on fumes and Pervitin. Pilots on long missions were issued tablets before takeoff to maintain performance. They would fly for 48 hours straight, eyes bloodshot, hands steady only by force of chemistry. Some became addicted without realizing it. When the war turned against Germany and the missions lengthened, the doses increased. In the last years of the conflict, it wasn't unusual for pilots to take a handful of tablets just to reach the cockpit. Those who survived the flight often didn't sleep for days afterward, haunted by the roaring silence of withdrawal. For the soldiers, there was no shame in taking the pills. It wasn't seen as indulgence. It was duty. They were told it would make them sharper, stronger, better men. It was medicine, not addiction. And that distinction mattered. To be a soldier in Hitler's army was to be efficient, obedient, and always awake. The pills made that possible. It was the perfect alignment of ideology and chemistry. Human beings turned into extensions of the war machine. Behind the front lines, the same story unfolded in miniature. Civilians on the home front relied on stimulants to keep production moving. Women working in munitions factories took Pervitin to endure endless shifts. Railway operators stayed up for days directing troop trains. Nurses in field hospitals kept themselves upright with the same drug they administered to wounded soldiers. Everyone, it seemed, was awake, and no one truly rested. The entire country had become a sleepless organism, humming with borrowed energy. There were moments when the illusion cracked. A medic near Stalingrad wrote in his diary that his patients, deprived of Pervitin after weeks of use, suffered what he called a collective collapse. They became sluggish, depressed, unable to eat or move. It is as if their souls have left their bodies, he wrote. The pharmacy of victory had produced its first mass withdrawal. Still, the orders continued to demand endurance. The empire had built itself on speed, and now it could not stop. The culture of sleeplessness became self-reinforcing. Hitler himself was the model of it. A man who boasted that he slept only 4 hours a night, sustained by sheer will, and, of course, Dr. Morell's injections. His generals tried to imitate his schedule. They too began to rely on chemistry to match his manic energy. Meetings stretched into the early hours, plans were drawn, redrawn, and abandoned, all while the participants blinked through the haze of exhaustion. The Reich was running on stimulants and delusion in equal measure. By 1943, the Military Medical Office finally admitted there was a problem. New guidelines restricted the use of Pervitin to special circumstances. In theory, this meant emergencies only. In practice, every battle was an emergency. Production continued, though it was now kept quiet. No more cheerful advertisements or public praise. Officially, the drug didn't exist. Unofficially, it kept Germany on its feet for 2 more years. The psychological toll was enormous. Addiction stripped away what little empathy remained in the ranks. Soldiers grew numb to suffering, both theirs and others. Violence came more easily. Civilians in occupied territories spoke of German troops who seemed like machines, expressionless, tireless, detached. They weren't entirely wrong. Stimulants dull the part of the brain that hesitates. In a war already defined by cruelty, that was a catastrophic advantage. By 1944, the army was visibly unravelling. Troops were thinner, jumpier, prone to fits of rage or despair. Commanders complained that discipline was eroding, though few recognised that the cause was chemical as much as moral. The war effort itself began to resemble the effects of the drug that sustained it: intense, erratic, unsustainable. Germany's brief high was ending. When the final battles came, many soldiers no longer wanted the pills. They had grown tired of being awake. Captured diaries tell of men who stopped taking Pervitin and simply let exhaustion claim them. Better to sleep, one wrote, than to keep seeing the same nightmares with open eyes. It's a strangely fitting epitaph for a regime that mistook motion for strength and sleeplessness for greatness. The Wehrmacht's addiction wasn't just chemical, it was philosophical. It believed that willpower alone could overcome reality, that exhaustion was weakness, that rest was surrender. But biology, as it tends to, had the last word. When Germany finally collapsed in 1945, it did so like a body deprived of its drug, shaking, hollow, and utterly spent. The soldiers who returned home were ghosts of themselves, haunted not only by what they'd seen, but by what had been coursing through their veins. The empire of energy had burned itself out. And in the silence that followed, as Europe exhaled and tried to remember how to sleep again, the lesson lingered quietly. Even the most disciplined armies, the most efficient nations, and the most powerful men are still, at their core, made of flesh. And flesh, no matter how many pills you feed it, eventually demands to rest. While soldiers marched across Europe in a sleepless trance, the people back home were waging their own quiet war. One fought not with rifles or tanks, but with exhaustion. The home front of Nazi Germany was a theatre of endless work, propaganda, and rationing, where every citizen was told to contribute, to endure, and above all, to stay awake. It was not just a war of weapons, it was a war of stamina. And once again, chemistry stepped in to help. The government called it total war, a phrase that sounded heroic in speeches, but felt rather less inspiring in practice. Total war meant total effort. Every factory, every farm, every kitchen part of the struggle. Women who had once been homemakers were now mechanics, welders and clerks. Children gathered scrap metal. Housewives queued for hours to buy potatoes. Everyone was expected to do more with less sleep, less food, less comfort. The official line was simple: Germany did not tire. The unofficial truth was that it did, constantly, but fatigue, like dissent, was forbidden. In a society built on the illusion of perfection, weariness was weakness. The state preferred its citizens alert, efficient, and smiling. Fortunately, it had a pill for that. Pervitin, the miracle stimulant that had once powered the Blitzkrieg, found a second life in the kitchens and offices of the Reich. Pharmacies continued to sell it under innocent names. Energy tablets, pep pills, Vitamoltin. Housewives took them before cleaning. Factory workers took them before night shifts. Students used them for exams. It was the drug of modern living, perfectly legal, perfectly German. Adverts were everywhere. One poster showed a bright-eyed secretary typing beneath the slogan, "Stay sharp, stay strong, with Pervitin." Another depicted a smiling mother effortlessly juggling housework and childcare thanks to the new tonic of vitality. The imagery was wholesome, the chemistry was not. Few civilians realized they were taking methamphetamine. Even fewer cared. If it made the day bearable, it was worth it. In a country ruled by anxiety, alertness felt like hope. As the war dragged on, stimulants became part of daily life. In Berlin, queues at the pharmacy were as common as queues for bread. Workers in munitions factories were quietly issued tablets to meet production quotas. Nurses kept Pervitin in their pockets beside morphine and bandages. Even chocolate was spiked with methamphetamine. Hilf mir Schokolade, or Help Me Chocolate, sold as a cheerful pick-me-up for busy women. It was war candy for an overworked nation. The irony, as always, was exquisite. The regime that preached purity and natural strength was quietly feeding its citizens synthetic courage. Hitler's speeches extolled discipline, virtue, and the cleansing power of hard work. Meanwhile, the people listening were chemically encouraged to survive the experience. The Third Reich wasn't just a dictatorship of ideology, it was a dictatorship of energy. Every minute of labour, every forced smile, every overlong workday was powered by a little white pill. Life on the home front grew harsher as the war turned against Germany. Bombings by the Allies became routine, cities burned, and food became scarce. Yet the demand for productivity never eased. "Work until victory," the poster said, even as victory slipped further from view. In this atmosphere of exhaustion and fear, stimulants became emotional armour. They didn't just keep people awake, they numbed despair. A nurse in Hamburg later recalled, "It wasn't that Pervitin made you happy. It made you feel less unhappy. That was enough." Doctors noticed the pattern, but rarely intervened. Many were complicit. After all, the chemical industry was one of Germany's crown jewels, and companies like Temmler and IG Farben had strong political ties. Prescriptions were easy to obtain, and the public trusted science. If a white-coated man said a pill was safe, it must be. After years of propaganda about the wonders of German chemistry, who was going to argue? The result was a society humming at an unnatural frequency. The war demanded constant motion, and stimulants kept the machine running. Office clerks stayed up all night redrawing maps. Train conductors worked double shifts, directing troop transports. Women in bombed-out cities cleaned rubble by day and sewed uniforms by night. "We were always busy," one survivor said. "It was easier than thinking." And perhaps that was the point. A sleepless population is too tired to rebel. Not everyone handled the pace. Reports began to surface of workers collapsing at their machines, of mothers fainting in queues, of soldiers on leave wandering the streets in delirium. Doctors called it circulatory exhaustion. Few used the word addiction. To admit dependency was to admit weakness, and weakness was unpatriotic. Instead, the propaganda machine found new ways to reframe fatigue. Posters urged citizens to work joyfully, as if enthusiasm could replace oxygen. Radio broadcasts praised the German woman's tireless spirit, conveniently ignoring the amphetamine that kept it alive. Cocaine, too, made its quiet return. Though banned in many countries, it remained available in medical circles as a local anesthetic, an ingredient in certain nerve tonics. In Germany, it was used in small doses in some pharmaceutical products, particularly for pain and depression. Among the wealthy and well-connected, it became a discreet indulgence, a way to maintain composure in high society. Nazi officials who preached temperance at rallies sometimes snorted lines behind closed doors, excusing it as medicine. For a regime obsessed with control, cocaine offered a brief illusion of it. By 1943, the home front was a mirror of the front lines, jittery, exhausted, and dependent. Civilians and soldiers alike shared the same glazed determination. The war had turned into a chemical feedback loop. The more dire things became, the more stimulants were consumed. And the more stimulants were consumed, the longer the illusion of progress could be maintained. It was a slow-motion collapse disguised as efficiency. In cities like Berlin, pharmacies stayed open late, even during air raids. People queued in the flicker of searchlights, clutching their ration cards and hoping the shelves hadn't emptied. For many, Pervitin was as vital as bread. One woman later said, "It made me feel like I could survive anything. And when it wore off, I didn't want to survive at all." The pills created a rhythm of hope and despair that matched the rhythm of the war itself. By the last years of the conflict, addiction had become a silent epidemic. Soldiers returning from the front brought their habits home. Civilians who had relied on stimulants to endure the bombings found they couldn't stop. Doctors began treating nervous collapse cases in alarming numbers. The war had left not only ruins and graves, but an entire population chemically frayed. Yet even as Germany crumbled, the propaganda continued to preach vitality. "Germany does not fall," one radio broadcast insisted in 1945. Perhaps not, but it was certainly running out of pills. After the war, the pharmaceutical industry distanced itself from its wartime role. Temmler quietly rebranded, IG Farben dissolved and resurfaced under new names, and methamphetamine was recategorized as a controlled substance. But the cultural habit lingered. In post-war Germany, stimulant use among civilians remained high for years. A nation that had lived in chemical overdrive struggled to remember what normal felt like. The silence of peace must have seemed deafening. Looking back, the home front offers one of the war's more haunting ironies. While soldiers fought under the influence of Pervitin, their families endured under it. The same pill that kept tanks rolling also kept mothers smiling and workers standing. It was not just a military tool. It was social policy, hidden in plain sight. The drug did not make people evil or heroic. It simply made them capable of surviving longer than they should have had to. And, in that sense, Pervitin was the perfect drug for Nazi Germany. Efficient, deceptive, and unsustainable. It masked exhaustion with energy, despair with focus, collapse with movement. The regime's great lie, that strength could replace humanity, found its chemical equivalent in a white tablet that promised both and delivered neither. When the war finally ended, the factories fell silent, the posters came down, and the pharmacies ran out of stock. For the first time in years, Germany slept. It wasn't a peaceful sleep. It was the deep, dreamless kind that follows shock. The kind that comes when the stimulant wears off, and there's nothing left to do but lie still and wait for the body to remember what rest feels like. By 1944, the man who once held Europe in a hypnotic grip had become a pale, trembling shadow of himself. Adolf Hitler, who had preached the gospel of vitality, willpower, and racial perfection, was now a prisoner of his own bloodstream. The drugs that had once made him feel superhuman were eating away at what little humanity he had left. His speeches had lost their fire, his eyes their focus. The miracle of energy had turned to ruin. The empire of endurance was collapsing from the inside out, one injection at a time. Dr. Theodor Morell was still there, hovering dutifully beside his patient, his leather medical case always within reach. The injections that had begun as harmless tonics were now an entire daily regimen of chemical dependency. Mornings started with amphetamines and vitamins. Afternoons brought barbiturates to calm the tremors. Evenings required opioids to dull the pain in Hitler's legs and stomach. It was a grotesque balancing act. One drug to wake him, another to steady him, a third to help him function just long enough to need the first again. The bunker smelled of medicine and damp concrete. Every day, secretaries brought files and dispatches, while Morell prepared syringes behind the curtains. Hitler's personal assistant later recalled that you could always tell when the Führer had just been treated. His face would flush, his voice rise, and he'd begin to talk too quickly. For a few hours he seemed restored, energized, almost convincing again. Then inevitably the crash would come. Exhaustion, rage, or paranoia, followed by another injection. The man who once mocked weakness could no longer live without it. The tremor in his left hand, once slight, now shook constantly. He tried to hide it during meetings by gripping his right wrist or clasping both hands behind his back. Film footage from the later war years shows the effort clearly. The stiff posture, the tight jaw, the frozen smile. His staff pretended not to notice. Morell, ever loyal, assured him that the nerves will settle. They never did. As the war turned against Germany, the chemistry only deepened. Defeat does terrible things to morale, and in Hitler's case, it also did terrible things to dosage. Morell increased the stimulant injections to counter Hitler's growing fatigue, then prescribed sedatives to counter the stimulants. He added new mixtures with obscure ingredients, strychnine, atropine, cocaine eye drops. One concoction included bull semen extract, on the theory that it would restore masculine vigour. The Führer was being held together by equal parts desperation and pseudoscience. Those around him began to notice that his decision-making had changed. In 1941, he had been methodical, calculating. By 1944, he was impulsive, erratic, and oddly detached from reality. He would rant for hours about miracle weapons, invisible divisions, and betrayals that existed only in his imagination. When generals brought bad news, he accused them of cowardice or treason. The drugs didn't create his delusions. They simply turned the volume up to unbearable levels. It is easy, and perhaps comforting, to think of Hitler in those years as merely mad. Madness absolves explanation. But the truth was more mundane, and therefore more disturbing. He was addicted, and addiction has a grim logic of its own. Every crash demanded a fix. Every fix brought a crash. His body was collapsing, yet the regime demanded his energy, his speeches, his orders. Morell's syringes became the last functioning supply line of the Third Reich. In the bombed-out ruins of Berlin, the irony was complete. A nation that had exalted purity, discipline, and natural strength was now led by a trembling invalid, chemically sustained by a doctor no one respected. The myth of the tireless Führer, the man of steel who never faltered, had been reduced to theatre. Secretaries whispered that his breath smelled faintly of decay. Officers avoided direct contact for fear of being blamed for his moods. He isolated himself in meetings, eyes flicking nervously, hands twitching, issuing orders no one could fulfill. By late 1944, his physical decline was unmistakable. He suffered from insomnia, heart palpitations, chronic digestive pain, and violent sweats. His skin took on a waxy pallor. His once confident stride became a shuffle. Yet he refused to admit weakness. "I am the people," he declared during one outburst, "and the people do not collapse." The line was tragic in its accuracy. The people had collapsed. The armies were in retreat, the cities in ashes, and the nation itself addicted to the same illusion of stamina that had consumed its leader. Morell, increasingly anxious, kept expanding his pharmaceutical experiments. When one injection failed to revive Hitler's appetite, he tried another. When that failed, he combined them. Hitler began suffering severe intestinal spasms, vomiting fits, and sudden dizziness. Morell blamed the stress of leadership. Others blamed Morell. Goering called him a dangerous charlatan. Himmler dismissed him as a quack who feeds on the Führer's veins. Yet Hitler remained loyal. "He alone gives me strength," he insisted. Strength, of course, was the one thing he no longer possessed. In those final months, the bunker became both his fortress and his cage. The walls shook nightly from Allied bombs. Outside, Berlin starved. Inside, Morell's injections continued like clockwork. Hitler spent hours poring over maps of divisions that no longer existed, shifting phantom troops across territory already lost. Each morning he demanded briefings that grew shorter, more hopeless. Each night he spoke of destiny, victory, and betrayal, as though words could replace armies. The drugs blurred time, keeping him half awake through a nightmare he had created. Eyewitnesses described a man physically shrinking. His clothes hung loose, his hair greyed, his complexion sallow. He looked, one aide said, as though all the colour had drained from him and settled in his eyes. Even his voice, once thunderous, had thinned into a rasp. Yet his temper remained volcanic. When generals suggested negotiation, he erupted with paranoid fury. "They want to rob me of my victory," he shouted, though there was no victory left to rob. The contradiction was complete. A dictator obsessed with strength, reduced to a frail addict, raging against his own decay. It would be poetic if it weren't so cruel. The same ideology that demanded the elimination of weakness had created a man wholly defined by it. The empire built on willpower was now sustained by morphine. The self-styled Superman could not stand without a syringe. In April 1945, with Soviet forces closing in, Hitler's health finally broke beyond repair. His tremors worsened into near paralysis. His digestion failed completely. He could no longer walk unaided. Morel, panicked, offered new mixtures, but they made matters worse. Hitler accused him of sabotage, then dismissed him. The doctor who had once been indispensable was led away by SS guards, his medical bag confiscated. His final note in the Führer's record read simply, "Patient refuses treatment." It was the understatement of the century. Without his chemical crutch, Hitler deteriorated rapidly. He slept for hours, then woke in confusion. He ranted incoherently about armies that no longer existed, about vengeance and destiny. The withdrawal was savage, shaking, sweating, muttering. Those around him spoke in whispers, waiting for the inevitable. The man who had built a world on motion now sat motionless, staring at nothing. In those final days, he dictated his political testament with the same manic energy that had once propelled him to power, though his hand trembled so violently he could barely hold the pen. Outside, artillery echoed through the city. Inside, the once mighty Führer was a ruin of flesh and chemicals. His fall was not dramatic, only pitiful, the natural end of an unnatural high. When he finally chose to end his life, it was not out of courage, but exhaustion. The last reserves of chemistry had failed him. There were no more injections left to delay reality. He died not as a Superman, but as a man long since hollowed out by his own illusions. In the days that followed, the bunker fell silent. Morel's medical files were discovered. Hundreds of pages detailing years of injections, doses, and strange concoctions. The Allies who examined them were astonished. One report concluded that Hitler had been a severe drug addict under near constant chemical influence. It was both diagnosis and epitaph. The collapse of Nazi Germany was mirrored perfectly in its leader's decline. Both had chased invincibility, both had denied weakness, and both had mistaken stimulation for strength. In the end, they crashed together. A nation and a man, chemically sustained, morally bankrupt, utterly spent. The world awoke to the ruins and asked how it could have happened. The answer, as ever, was simple and terrible. Nothing lasts forever, not even the high. When the war finally ended in 1945, Germany collapsed not with a bang, but with a sigh. Cities lay in ruins, factories smouldered, and the people, thin, hollow-eyed, and dazed, stumbled through the wreckage like sleepwalkers suddenly awakened. The Reich that had promised 1,000 years of triumph had lasted barely 12, and now the spell was broken. But what followed was not just political defeat or physical destruction. It was withdrawal. An entire nation coming down from a 6-year chemical high. The pharmacies that had once dispensed vitality were empty. The factories that produced pervitin and other stimulants had been bombed or seized. For millions of soldiers and civilians alike, the end of the war meant the end of their supply. The drugs that had numbed hunger, fear, and exhaustion were gone, and what remained was the raw, unfiltered pain of reality. The hangover was national. All across the country, men returned from the front, addicted to the small white tablets that had kept them awake through hell. They had fought battles in a blur of sleepless adrenaline, and now found themselves unable to rest. Some shook uncontrollably, others fell into weeks-long depression. Their bodies, once fueled by chemistry, refused to function without it. Allied doctors treating prisoners of war were startled by the symptoms: tremors, delusions, violent outbursts, hallucinations. "They are like men waking from a dream," one British medic wrote, "but they cannot remember which parts were real." In the ruins of Berlin, addiction was everywhere but never named. Civilians who had relied on stimulants to endure bombings or endless work shifts now turned to whatever substitutes they could find: alcohol, morphine, or the occasional black market tablet smuggled from army stores. Pharmacies reopened under Allied supervision, but their shelves were bare. The great pharmaceutical empires, Temmler, Merck, Bayer, were dismantled or placed under investigation. The Allies, who had their own chemical secrets to protect, examined the German drug files with morbid fascination. They found meticulous records, dosage logs, performance studies, even field reports rating the effectiveness of pervitin in combat. It was all disturbingly scientific, as though mass addiction had been an administrative success story. The soldiers who came home were not greeted as heroes. They were ghosts of a vanished regime, defeated, humiliated, and chemically frayed. Many suffered what we would now call post-traumatic stress, though in those days it was simply called nervous breakdown. In truth, it was often both trauma and withdrawal. Without their tablets, many turned to alcohol or stronger sedatives. Suicide rates among veterans spiked. One psychiatrist in Munich described his wards as filled with men who cannot sleep because the war will not let them. The civilians fared little better. Years of stimulants had left their mark. Women who had worked in munitions factories found themselves unable to slow down, even when there was nothing left to do. Housewives who had relied on pervitin to clean, cook, and endure began experiencing sudden fatigue, mood swings, and anxiety. Doctors prescribed rest and broth, as though exhaustion could be cured by soup. Nobody wanted to talk about the pills. After all, they had been legal once, encouraged, even patriotic. Now they were an embarrassment, a chemical reminder of complicity. The government that replaced the Reich faced an impossible task: how to rebuild a society that no longer knew how to rest. The Allies imposed rationing, reconstruction, and denazification, but there was no program for recovery from addiction. The new German identity had to be built from rubble and withdrawal alike. The people learned slowly to sleep again, to live without the artificial hum of pervitin running through their veins. But it was not an easy process. For many, the silence of peace felt unbearable. The adrenaline of crisis had been replaced by the dull ache of defeat. In the years that followed, the pharmaceutical industry quietly reinvented itself. Companies like Bayer and Merck re-emerged under new management and new ethics. Pervitin vanished from the shelves, replaced by gentler pick-me-ups and vitamin tonics. The scientists who had developed wartime stimulants moved on to peacetime projects: painkillers, antibiotics, antidepressants. Some were even recruited by the Allied powers, their expertise in chemistry deemed too valuable to waste. It was a neat bit of moral laundering. Yesterday's war criminals became tomorrow's innovators. For the ordinary German, there was little choice but to adapt. The nation's recovery demanded work, and work demanded energy. Factories rose from the ruins, and once again the rhythm of production returned. But the fear of dependency lingered. For the first time, stimulants were viewed with suspicion rather than pride. The word pervitin became taboo, whispered as if it were an obscenity. Germany had learned that even progress can be poisoned. The irony, of course, is that the lesson did not stay confined to Germany. The same research that had produced pervitin would soon inspire post-war stimulant use across the world. American and British militaries adopted amphetamines for pilots and soldiers during Korea and Vietnam. Pharmaceutical companies marketed new, safe versions to civilians under names like dexedrine and benzedrine. The science of endurance that Nazi Germany had perfected quietly became part of global modernity. Humanity, it seemed, was addicted to productivity long before it admitted it. Back in Germany, the psychological recovery was slower. The nation had to confront not only the crimes of the regime, but the ordinary compliance that had made them possible. The drug use became symbolic of something deeper, the way people had numbed themselves to conscience. To stay awake for Hitler's war was one thing. To stay asleep to its morality was another. Historians later called it chemical obedience. People did what they were told because the pills helped them not to care. It was the most banal kind of evil, bureaucratically measured, medically sustained. By the 1950s, the immediate addiction crisis had faded, but its shadow remained. Post-war doctors treated waves of anxiety, fatigue, and insomnia, calling it the exhaustion syndrome. No one mentioned that half the country had been dozing itself into alertness for years. The next generation grew up with parents who were jumpy, overworked, and prematurely aged, the children of the sleepless. When asked about the war, they would say only, "It was tiring." In time, the story of Germany's wartime addiction slipped quietly into the footnotes of history. The focus shifted to battles and politics, as though the chemistry of war were too embarrassing to mention. Yet it remains one of the most revealing truths about the Third Reich, that its myth of invincibility depended not on ideology alone, but on pharmacology. The soldiers, the workers, even the Führer himself, all were driven by chemistry. When the supply ran out, so did the illusion. In the decades that followed, Germany rebuilt itself into a model of discipline and restraint, perhaps in reaction to its past excess. The factories that once produced methamphetamine turned to medicine. The same laboratories that served tyranny now serving the welfare state. Progress, once a narcotic, became a penance. The nation that had once tried to conquer sleep learned to respect it again. There's something quietly poetic about that. The empire that tried to outrun fatigue was undone by it. The leader who preached strength became the weakest man in Europe. And the country that once lived on stimulants would spend the rest of the century rebuilding itself, one slow, careful breath at a time. When people spoke of the war in later years, they often used the language of dreams. A nightmare, a delirium, a fever that broke. Perhaps that's not a coincidence. Germany had been wide awake for too long, kept on its feet by chemistry and lies. In the end, it wasn't defeated so much as it finally fell asleep. And in that sleep, the noise faded. The marching boots, the shouting, the machinery, the injections, until all that was left was silence. A silence heavy enough to make even history take a long, deep breath. Long after the smoke of the Second World War cleared, its chemical ghosts lingered quietly in the bloodstream of history. The factories were rebuilt, the laboratories reopened, and the language of science was politely rewritten. But the legacy of Germany's pharmaceutical empire never truly vanished. The same nation that had once weaponized chemistry for conquest now found itself using it for healing. Yet beneath the surface, the question remained. How had modern medicine been turned into machinery for madness? And what did it say about the human desire to stay awake, to stay strong, at any cost? In the 1950s, Germany's pharmaceutical industry rose again like a phoenix, cleaner, more respectable, and determined to distance itself from the sins of the past. Bayer, Merck, and the remnants of IG Farben re-emerged under new management, their laboratories humming once more with innovation. The Allies, eager for economic recovery and Cold War allies, encouraged it. Chemists who had once developed stimulants for soldiers now refined antibiotics, painkillers, and antidepressants. The same precision that had fed war now produced penicillin and insulin. The moral shift was as neat as it was uncomfortable. The hands that had mixed methamphetamine now mixed medicine for children. But the shadow remained. The idea that human efficiency could be chemically perfected had escaped the ruins of the Reich and spread quietly through the modern world. Western militaries continued using amphetamines in later conflicts, Korea, Vietnam, even the Persian Gulf. Pilots called them go pills, echoing their German predecessors with unknowing irony. Civilian life followed suit. As economies rebuilt and the new century of speed began, stimulants found their way into office desks and factory floors. The names changed, the branding softened, but the promise was the same. Alertness without rest. Confidence without cost. Humanity had inherited Germany's chemical dream and mistaken it for progress. Historians later pointed out that Nazi Germany's addiction to Pervitin wasn't an isolated horror, but an early symptom of something larger. The 20th century's obsession with productivity. The regime had merely taken a common idea to its logical, monstrous extreme. That exhaustion is weakness, that efficiency is virtue, that the body must be made to obey the will. In that sense, the chemical empire never really fell. It simply changed uniforms. Today's energy drinks, smart drugs, and endless work weeks all hum with faint echoes of that same belief, that sleep is a flaw and rest a luxury. In post-war Germany, the reckoning was both moral and medical. Doctors who had prescribed methamphetamine during the war rarely faced punishment. Most resumed their practices, quietly revising their CVS. Medical schools rewrote textbooks, omitting awkward references to combat stimulants and performance tonics. For decades, few Germans spoke of their wartime addictions. It was easier to blame ideology than chemistry. But in the archives, the records remained. Boxes of dosage logs, laboratory notes, and field reports, all testifying to how methodically the nation had dosed itself into delirium. When these documents resurfaced in the late 20th century, they shocked a generation that had grown up believing the war was purely a moral catastrophe. It turned out to be a pharmaceutical one as well. Soldiers hadn't just fought for the Führer, they'd fought for the next pill. Hitler's will of iron had been maintained by a man with a syringe. Even the Blitzkrieg, that symbol of unstoppable force, had been built on amphetamine. The myth of superhuman discipline crumbled under the weight of prescription records. Germany's power it seemed, had come from the laboratory shelf. And yet, for all its darkness, the story remains strangely human. The desire that drove it to overcome fatigue, to push beyond limits, to stay awake when the world is falling apart, is universal. It is the same impulse that drives students before exams, nurses on night shifts, and workers chasing deadlines. The difference is that in Nazi Germany, that impulse was industrialized. Exhaustion became treason. Rest was treated as surrender. The nation's great crime was not simply that it used drugs, but that it turned stimulation into ideology. The ruins of IG Farben still stand today in Frankfurt, a massive concrete complex that once produced both aspirin and Zyklon B. After the war, the building became the headquarters of the American occupation forces and later of a university. Students now walk its corridors, where chemists once mixed the formulas of conquest. It is perhaps the most fitting memorial possible, a monument to knowledge that reminds its visitors how easily intelligence can serve insanity. In the decades that followed, Germany became a world leader in pharmacology once again, but this time in pursuit of healing rather than control. Medicines for pain, infection, and mental illness flowed from the same tradition of chemical precision. It was redemption of a sort, though history's aftertaste lingered. Even today, German efficiency carries with it an unspoken awareness of where too much efficiency can lead. As the century progressed, researchers uncovered more details of Hitler's dependency. Newly opened archives revealed hundreds of amphetamine and opioid injections, lists of substances that read like a catalogue of contradiction. Methamphetamine for alertness, morphine for calm, cocaine for energy, barbiturates for sleep. His bloodstream was a metaphor for the regime, restless, anxious, destructive. And as his body decayed, so did the empire it sustained. Perhaps the most unsettling discovery was how ordinary it all seemed at the time. The scientists involved weren't villains in black cloaks. They were professionals, proud of their precision, convinced they were advancing medicine. They published papers, held conferences, received awards. The moral blindness wasn't born of cruelty alone, but of ambition, the quiet conviction that progress justified the means. That is, in the end, the legacy of the chemical empire. Not simply the drugs, but the delusion that science is neutral, that it can serve any master without consequence. When historians speak of the Third Reich, they often focus on ideology, technology, or terror. But beneath those towering themes lies a simpler truth. It was also an empire of chemistry. Its wars were fought not just with bullets and tanks, but with amphetamines, opiates, and hormones. Its leader was not merely insane, but intoxicated. Its people were not purely fanatical, but medicated. It was, in a sense, the first truly pharmacological society, one that tried to replace the soul with chemistry and mistook the high for destiny. After the war, the world promised it would never happen again. And, in the grand sense, it didn't. But the quieter lesson, about dependency, denial, and the seduction of speed, proved harder to learn. The modern world still chases stimulation, still measures worth by output, still treats rest as weakness. The formulas have changed, but the philosophy remains familiar. Perhaps that is why this story still unsettles. Because it isn't only about them, it's about us. In the end, Nazi Germany's chemical empire left behind no lasting monuments, only questions. Questions about the limits of endurance, the morality of science, and the fragility of human restraint. The laboratories are gone, the pills replaced, the slogans forgotten. But somewhere in the soft hum of a late-night city, in the glow of screens and the buzz of caffeine, you can still hear the faint echo of that sleepless age, the whisper of a civilization that once believed it could outwork the human condition. And perhaps, as the world keeps spinning faster, that whisper is worth remembering. Because history, like chemistry, has a habit of repeating itself, especially when no one stops to rest. So now, as the lights dim and the noise fades, we leave the story where it began, in the quiet aftermath of exhaustion. The empire is gone, the laboratories are silent, and the pills have long since turned to dust. All that remains is the stillness it once tried to escape. And for tonight at least, perhaps that stillness is enough.